You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is My Drone Camera Captured Something Massive Hiding in the Clouds. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing wrong was the horizon. Not the sky, not the clouds. Just the horizon line on my controller screen, tilting half a degree to the left, while the drone itself hovered steady in a salt wind that should have pushed it backward toward the dunes. It was such a small error that I almost blamed my thumb. Then the gimbal twitched again, and the whole live feed gave one quick shiver, like the camera had flinched from something above it. My name is Ethan Vale, 32, male, born in Portland, Maine. Though I'd spent enough winters pretending I might move somewhere warm that even my mother had stopped believing me. I ran a tiny aerial photography business out of my apartment over a bait shop in Old Orchard Beach. Mostly real estate flyovers, tourism clips, roof inspections, and the occasional wedding video where I had to make people standing in a parking lot look cinematic. I loved drones because they kept me at a distance. That sounds dramatic, but it's true. Up there, everything was framed and manageable. Roads became lines. People became dots. Problems stayed inside a screen. That morning, I was filming cloud formations for a client who sold meditation apps. I know, not exactly a high-risk job. The location was Pine Point Beach in Scarborough, just south of Portland, where the sandbar runs pale and flat beside the mouth of the Nonsuch River. The tide was going out. The air had that October bite that makes your teeth feel too big in your mouth, and the beach smelled of wet rope, seaweed, diesel from a lobster boat nosing along the channel, and somebody's coffee going stale in a paper cup. Gulls complained from the roof of the bait shack behind us. Every few seconds, one would drop low and sharp, its wings cutting the wind with a dry canvas sound. Beside me, Mara Quinn, 29, female, from Galway originally, but living in South Portland since college, tucked her copper hair into the neck of her jacket and watched the sky like it had personally offended her. Mara was a meteorology grad student at the University of Southern Maine, the sort of person who checked buoy data before deciding whether to wear boots. She had come along because I'd asked if those stacked clouds offshore had a name, and she had answered with a 5-minute voice note, 3 diagrams, and finally, "I'm coming with you before you embarrass both of us." "They're not stacked," she said now, without looking at me. I didn't say anything. You were thinking it. I was thinking they looked expensive. They're altocumulus with a developing shelf structure underneath. Maybe. The air's messy today. Messy is good for relaxation content. Depends how relaxed you feel about pressure gradients. She had this dry way of speaking that made everything sound like a dare. I liked that about her. I liked a lot of things about her, and had spent almost 2 years making jokes around it instead of saying anything direct, which tells you most of what you need to know about me. On my other side stood Lucas Brenner, 41, male, from Boston, a freelance documentary producer with a shaved head, a wool fisherman sweater, and a talent for making every ordinary moment sound like the beginning of a grant proposal. He had hired me to shoot slow aerials of northeastern weather textures, his phrase, not mine, for a wellness company based in Vermont. Lucas carried a thermos, a clipboard, and a constant low-level impatience. "Can we get more vertical movement?" he asked, like it's ascending into the breath. "The breath," I said, "the cloud breath." Mara looked over. "Clouds don't breathe." Lucas smiled at her in the tolerant way city people smile when they think accuracy is bad for mood. Metaphorically, still no. I thumbed the left stick and sent the drone higher. On the controller screen, the beach dropped away, our three shadows thinning across the ribbed sand. My van sat near the access path with the rear doors open, cases stacked inside, battery packs in their foam slots, a coil of orange extension cord I kept forgetting to throw out, and a dented aluminum step stool with one rubber foot missing. Everything normal. Workday normal. Cold fingers, bad coffee, client notes, sand in the tripod locks. The drone, a DJI Mavic 3 Pro I still owed money on, climbed through 180 feet. The propellers made a thin, angry whine overhead, fading as it rose until it blended with the wind. On the screen, the ocean turned dark blue and stippled. Farther out, a line of lobster buoys bobbed like beads. The cloud bank sat beyond them, low and gray-white, with a brighter seam where sunlight pressed from behind. "Hold there," Lucas said. "That's nice." I held. The horizon tilted, just a little. I frowned and checked the telemetry. Good GPS lock. Compass normal. EMU normal. Wind warning absent. Battery 82%. Gimbal angle neutral. "Something wrong?" Mara asked. "Probably not." "You made your probably not face." "I have a probably not face." "You bite the inside of your cheek like you're trying to win an argument with a filling." Lucas leaned closer, too close, his aftershave fighting with the sea air. "Is it usable?" "Yeah," I said. "Just a gimbal twitch." "Can you stabilize in post?" That sentence did something to people who work with cameras. It got behind the eyes. "I can stabilize a lot in post," I said, "but I'd rather not build the whole job out of apologies." Mara stepped around me to see the screen. The live feed showed the cloud bank now, filling the top half of the image. It was beautiful in a dull, bruised way. Gray folding into pearl. Small veils of rain hanging offshore. The lower scud moved fast from southwest to northeast, torn into strips. Then the image stuttered again. Not pixelation. Not the usual digital break when a drone loses signal. The feed stayed sharp, but for one frame, maybe two, the cloud texture dragged sideways while the buoys below stayed still. Like the sky had slid over a pane of glass. Lucas didn't catch it. Mara did. "Do that again," she said. "I didn't do it. Replay. It's live. I'm recording though. Bring it down 10 feet. I lowered the drone to 170. Nothing happened. Just wind, cloud, ocean. Phone mounted to the controller glowed too brightly in the cold. A strand of Mara's hair whipped loose and stuck to her lip. She pulled it free without blinking. "Could be compression artifact," I said. "Compression artifact doesn't respect the waterline," she said. Lucas sighed. "Is this going to be one of those technical detours?" It was a tiny glitch, I told him. Mara said, it was spatially selective. That sounds worse. It means only part of the image shifted. Lucas lifted his thermos. For the record, I am paying for tranquil clouds, not a graduate seminar. The sensible thing would have been to laugh, shoot another 10 minutes, pack up, and send Lucas 3 versions with licensed piano music. That was my whole business model. Make things look smoother than they felt. But the drone feed had scratched at something in me I didn't like admitting was there. When I was 12, my father took me out on a friend's skiff near Casco Bay after promising my mother we'd stay inside the harbor. Fog rolled in fast. Not horror movie fog. Real fog. Cold, dense, practical. It erased the shore in layers. 1 minute there were houses and church spires, then there were only sounds coming from wrong places, an engine off to the left that seemed to move behind us, a bell that rang and rang with no shape around it, my father muttering at a compass he didn't trust. We were only lost for 40 minutes. That's what everyone said later. Only 40 minutes. But I remembered staring into whiteness and realizing adults could be scared and still have to steer. Since then, I didn't love losing sight of things. Drones helped. So did maps. So did battery percentages and return to home points, and anything that told me where I was in numbers. On screen, the numbers still looked fine. Ethan, Mara said softly. I looked back at the feed. The drone's obstacle sensors flashed yellow. There was nothing near it. No bird. No gull crossing the frame. No plane. No kite. No balloon from some kid's party inland. Just open air between the drone and the cloud bank a mile or more offshore. The warning vanished. Did you see that? I asked. Mara nodded. Lucas looked between us. See what? Obstacle warning. In the sky. That's where the drone is, yes. He gave a small laugh, but it didn't have much lift. Maybe a bird flew under it. Maybe. Above us, the real drone was a speck now, barely visible when the sun caught it. Could hear it only when the wind dipped. The beach had a few people scattered along it. A woman in a red parka, walking a black lab, 2 older men with metal detectors, a jogger moving stiffly along the wet sand, hood cinched tight. None of them looked up. Whatever was happening existed only in my hands. Mara pulled her phone out and checked something, her thumb moving quickly. Radar's clean right over us, she said. Some precip offshore. No aviation, weather alerts beyond low cloud ceiling later. Could the sensors trigger off mist? At that distance from the cloud base, maybe if it flew into vapor, but you're not in it. She glanced at the sky itself, not the screen. The cloud bank seemed farther away with the naked eye, almost harmless, just a heavy weather line building over the Gulf of Maine. Sunlight came through a gap behind us and brightened the beach in a flat silver wash. For a few seconds, everything looked washed and ordinary. A dog barked. A gull landed near a clump of kelp and stabbed at it with theatrical anger. Lucas blew into his hands. Then my controller vibrated, strong, sudden. The drone yawed right without input. Whoa, I said, and corrected left. The video slewed across the cloud bank. For half a second, the gimbal pointed higher than I wanted, catching the underside of the cloud shelf, where folds of vapor rolled over each other like dirty wool. There was a darker patch inside it. Nothing definite. Just a shadow with edges too smooth for cloud. Maybe a lens exposure shift. Maybe the camera trying to balance against the sun. The controller vibrated again. High wind velocity. Fly with caution. There it is, Lucas said, relieved by a familiar warning. Wind, great, normal problem. But the drone wasn't drifting downwind. It was being nudged upward. The altitude read 184 feet. I wasn't climbing. Ethan, Mara said. I see it. I pulled down on the stick. The motors responded. I could hear the pitch change faintly above us, a tiny mechanical strain. The altitude paused at 186, then dipped to 183. Okay, I said. Okay. Lucas stepped back and looked up, trying to spot the drone. Maybe bring it in. That's what I'm doing. I switched the camera angle down, away from the clouds, toward the beach and the known world. The image showed the long white curve of Pine Point, the parking lot, the marsh grass trembling behind the dunes. 3 tiny figures clustered around a rectangle of shadow that was my van. There we were, proof, coordinates in the corner. Distance 1,243 feet. Altitude 179. A clean little universe. Then a shadow crossed the sand. Not over us. Not where a cloud shadow should have moved. It slid across the lower right of the frame offshore, over the water first, then skimmed the exposed sandbar in a slow oval before thinning and breaking apart. I snapped my head up, expecting a cloud to have covered the sun. The sun was still out. Mara saw my face and followed my gaze. Then she looked at the controller. Then the sky. I don't like that, she said. Lucas moved in again. What now? Shadow, I said, from the clouds. Wrong direction. He made a frustrated noise. Cloud shadows move strangely all the time. That's why I hired you too, instead of doing this with my phone. Mara ignored him. She crouched and drew a rough line in the damp sand with one finger, marking the sun angle, then the cloud bank, then the direction the shadow had moved. It was such a Mara thing to do, turning fear into geometry. That doesn't work, she said. Could be something higher up, I said. Aircraft contrail shadow, maybe. No aircraft sound, Lucas said, then seemed annoyed at himself for helping. We all listened. The beach was full of small noises, wind hiss in beach grass, distant truck tires on East Grand Avenue, the black lab's tags jingling as it pulled toward a dead crab, the faint plastic creak of my controller under my grip. No engine overhead. No chop of helicopter blades. No jet rumble. The drone beeped. Signal interference. Adjust antennas. I adjusted them, though they were already fine. Feed flickered black. Once, a blink. When it came back, the camera was pointed at the cloud bank again. I had not moved the gimbal. Lucas whispered, "Did you do that?" No, my voice came out flatter than I intended. Mara stood slowly, wiping wet sand from her fingers onto her jeans. Bring it back now. I pressed return to home. The controller chirped. The drone acknowledged. On the map, its little triangle rotated toward us. For 3 seconds, it behaved. Then it stopped. Not drifted. Stopped, as if it had hit an invisible current and parked there. The telemetry still said it was moving, 12 miles per hour toward home. The distance number should have dropped. It stayed at 1,241 feet, then 1,242, then 1,243. Lucas looked at me. His face had lost the producer polish. Is it stuck? Drones don't get stuck in air, Mara said. They can if the wind speed exceeds their return capability. The wind alert came late, I said, and your altitude climbed without input. Yes, thank you. Not criticizing, confirming. The controller speaker emitted a new tone, lower than the others. The kind of sound that makes your fingers tighten before you read the warning. Compass error. Exit PGPS mode. The map spun. North swung east. The drone icon jerked sideways. I canceled return to home and took manual control. My mouth had gone dry, and I could taste the bitter coffee I'd had 20 minutes earlier. I brought the drone down hard, not enough to risk a motor stall, but enough to get it out of whatever layer of air had grabbed it. Altitude 160. The distance finally began to drop. Good, Lucas said. That's good. That's good. Mara kept watching the cloud bank. Ethan, don't. You need to see this. I need to land my drone. You need to see this before you land it. There was a difference in her voice. Not panic. Mara didn't spend panic unless she had to. This was smaller and worse. A carefulness, like she was handling glass with a crack already running through it. I glanced up. The underside of the cloud shelf had changed. A narrow vertical gap had opened in it, not like sunlight breaking through, not a clean shaft, but a darker seam inside the vapor. The cloud around it curled inward, slowly, deliberately maybe. Or maybe wind shear did that. Maybe all clouds looked intentional when you stared long enough. The drone's camera faced the same direction. In the feed, inside the seam, there was texture. Not an object, not yet, just texture that didn't match the clouds around it. A faint grid of straight lines. I stared for 1 second too long. The drone dropped below 120 feet, and the feed cleared. The seam vanished behind nearer scud, or the angle changed, or the exposure corrected itself. The massive wrongness of it reduced itself to weather again. Gray on gray, ambiguous, deniable. Lucas laughed once, breathless. Okay, I'm done, land it. For once, I didn't argue. I flew the drone back over the sandbar, over the tide pools and gull tracks, over the woman with the black lab who now did look up because the prop noise was close again. The drone came in wobbling but responsive. I caught it by hand because the sand was damp and the legs always kicked grit into the motors. The props chopped at the air inches from my fingers before I powered it down. The sudden absence of that buzzing left a hole in the morning. No one spoke. I set the drone on its landing pad beside the van. My hands were colder than I'd realized. The plastic casing clicked softly as it cooled in the wind. Lucas recovered first. We have enough footage, right? I looked at him. For the client, he said. We have the clouds. The breath, Mara said. We should review the recording. Lucas shook his head. Later, somewhere warm. Now, it's probably nothing. She turned to him. Then reviewing it will be boring. That shut him up. I pulled the microSD card from the drone with fingernails that didn't want to work and slotted it into my laptop in the back of the van. The van smelled like old rubber mats, battery plastic, and the blueberry muffin I'd forgotten on the dash. Wind rocked the open doors. Somewhere behind us, the metal detector gave a cheerful electronic chirp, and one of the old men said, "Bottle cap," with disgust. The three of us crowded around the screen. I scrubbed through the footage. Clouds, ocean, horizon. The first gimbal twitch looked small on playback, almost embarrassing. The second was clearer. The frame dragged at the cloud level while the water stayed steady. Mara leaned close. "There. I see it," I said. Lucas folded his arms. Could still be sensor processing. The obstacle warning didn't show in the video, only in the flight log. The shadow did. We watched it slide across the water and sandbar. Mara whispered, "Wrong angle." I scrubbed to the moment the camera had tilted up. There was the seam. There was the darker texture. And then, just before the signal blink, the recording showed one frame the live feed hadn't held long enough for my brain to keep. A pale curve inside the cloud. Huge, maybe. Or close to the lens, maybe. Or some compression smear produced by moisture and panic. And a camera sensor doing what camera sensors do when light gets complicated. It had rivets. Maybe. No, not rivets, dots, birds, ice, noise. Lucas reached past me and tapped the space bar, freezing the frame. The van doors rattled in the wind. Mara's breathing sounded too loud in the cramped cargo space. "That's not for the client," Lucas said. His voice had changed again. Lower, practical. I turned to him. "What does that mean?" "It means don't send that file anywhere until we understand what it is." Mara gave a humorless little laugh. That sounded rehearsed. Lucas didn't answer quickly enough. That was the second wrong thing. I looked from him to Mara, then back out at the beach where the morning had resumed without us. The woman in the red parka threw a tennis ball. The black lab bounded after it, stupid with joy. Cars hissed along the road beyond the dunes. The cloud bank offshore kept moving, slow and heavy, pretending it had never opened at all. I had a choice then. Close the laptop, give Lucas his harmless cloud footage, drive home, and spend the afternoon convincing myself the world was still the size I preferred. Or pull the flight logs, run the frame through every tool I had, and maybe send the drone up again from a better angle before the weather moved inland. Mara looked at me like she already knew which one I would pick and wished she didn't. Lucas said, "Ethan, be smart." The laptop fan word. The frozen image waited on the screen, grainy and gray, with that pale curve half buried in cloud. I reached for the folder with the flight logs, and outside, far above the beach, something made the gulls lift all at once. Not screaming, just leaving. By the time I copied the footage onto my laptop, the weather had started moving faster than the forecast said it should. Mara noticed first, because Mara always noticed the sky before the rest of us noticed our own discomfort. She stepped out from the van and looked east, one hand shielding her eyes, even though the sun had dulled behind a skin of high cloud. "That shelf is coming inland," she said. Lucas was still standing behind my shoulder, too close, watching the transfer bar crawl across the screen. I said, "You said it would sit offshore for another hour." I said radar showed it offshore. Mara kept staring. I didn't promise it would behave. The copy window ticked from 76% to 77. A little blue bar. A little ordinary thing. Around us, the beach had thinned out without my noticing. The woman in the red parka was gone. One of the metal detector guys was already trudging back toward the parking lot with his detector over his shoulder, the round coil swinging like a tired head. The wind had shifted. It no longer came straight off the ocean, but from somewhere lower and colder, pushing sand in thin lines across the parking lot. Lucas said, "How long?" 2 minutes, I said. "We don't have 2 minutes." I looked up at him. "You're suddenly in a hurry. I'm suddenly aware that we have client property, your equipment, and whether moving in. It's my equipment. The job is mine. The footage is mine." Mara turned from the shoreline. "Both of you, stop doing the divorced couple thing. Ethan, pull the logs. Lucas, if you know something, now is a good time to stop being cinematic." Lucas gave her a sharp look. "I don't know anything. You said not to send the file anywhere until we understand what it is. People who don't know anything usually say, 'Wow, weird cloud.'" His jaw worked once. The producer's smile tried to come back and failed halfway. "I've worked on aviation documentaries," he said. "You see odd things in footage sometimes. Military exercises, test flights, weather balloons, classified adjacent nonsense that isn't worth stepping into." "Classified adjacent," I repeated. "It means people with no sense of humor call you." The transfer hit 84%. On the beach, gulls circled farther inland than usual white flecks tossed around above the dunes. They weren't screaming now. They were just moving in ragged groups away from the water. Their wings flashed dull silver when they banked. Mara watched them, then checked her phone again. "Cell service is dropping." I pulled out my own phone. 1 bar, then none, then 1 again. "That happens here," Lucas said. "Not usually for all carriers at once," Mara said. "You don't know what carrier I have. I know you're the kind of man who says my guy at Verizon like it means something. Under other circumstances, I might have laughed. Instead, I watched the transfer bar stall at 91%. "Come on," I muttered. The laptop fan spun harder, whining in the back of the van. My hands smelled like cold plastic and the faint mineral stink of the beach. I realized I was holding my shoulders high, braced for some sound I couldn't name. The laptop dinged. "Copy complete," I exhaled. Then the screen went black. Not sleep, not shutdown. Black. For 1 second, my own reflection stared back at me in the dark screen. Pinched mouth, wind-reddened cheeks, eyes too wide. Then the laptop rebooted with the manufacturer logo, and a soft chime so cheerful I wanted to throw it into the marsh. "What did you do?" Lucas asked. "Nothing. Did the battery die?" "It's plugged into the inverter." Mara leaned into the van. "Check the drive." "I'm checking." The system took too long. Every spinning icon felt like a person refusing to answer the door. Outside, the wind nudged the rear doors and made the hinges creak. When the desktop loaded, the folder was there. So was the cockpit video. The flight log folder was empty. I stared at it. "No," I said. Lucas leaned over. "What?" "The logs didn't copy." "You said they did." "I said the transfer completed." Mara crouched beside me, close enough that her shoulder brushed mine. "Maybe they're still on the card." I opened the card directory. The video file sat there. The photos sat there. The cached thumbnails sat there. The log folder was gone. For a few seconds, no one spoke. The old man with the metal detector passed behind the van, boots scraping asphalt. He glanced in at us, caught the look on our faces, and kept walking faster. Lucas said, "Could be corruption." "It could be," I said. Mara's voice was careful. "Could the drone delete logs automatically?" "No." "Could you have formatted something?" "No." "You're sure?" I turned on her harder than I meant to. "Yes, Mara. I know how my own drone works." Her eyebrows lifted. I looked away immediately. "Sorry." She didn't say it was fine, because it wasn't quite fine. That was the thing with fear. It didn't just make you afraid. It made you smaller, meaner, eager to hand the bad feeling to someone else. Lucas stepped away from the van and checked his phone. "I'm calling this." We pack up, drive into Portland, review from there. "Wait," I said. "No, I need the logs. They're gone from the card. The controller may still have telemetry cached." "Great. Check it in town." I looked toward the water. The cloud bank had thickened into a long, low wall, the bottom smudged by rain. It had moved closer. The bright seam behind it was gone, and the whole eastern sky looked like wet concrete poured too fast. Mara said, "How long before it hits?" "Maybe 20 minutes until the first strong gusts," she said. "Maybe less." "Then I have time." Lucas stared at me. "For what?" "One more flight." Mara said my name in exactly the way my mother used to say it when I was holding a bad idea and pretending it was a plan. I lifted the drone from the landing pad. Not high, not far, just enough to recreate the angle and see if the controller records fresh telemetry. Lucas laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Absolutely not. You're not my boss. I'm the client. You wanted cloud breath. I don't want to explain to my client why their hired drone guy flew into a storm and lost his aircraft chasing an artifact. It wasn't an artifact. You don't know that." "No," I said. "That's why I'm trying to find out." Mara folded her arms against the wind. "Ethan, the private fear thing where you need the numbers to tell you the world makes sense. This is it." That landed with unfair precision. Lucas looked between us. "What does that mean?" "It means," Mara said, still watching me, "that if he doesn't know what happened, he'll keep poking at it until something else breaks." I wanted to deny it. I wanted to make a joke and step around the ugly truth like I always did. But the frozen frame had hooked into me. The missing logs had made it worse. Fog, compass, my father's hand shaking on the tiller. The way adults could be scared and still have to steer. "I'm not going blind into it," I said. "Low altitude, manual limit." 5 minutes. Mara's face tightened. "You just got compass errors and signal interference." "I know. Then knowing is supposed to change your behavior." Lucas pointed down the beach. "There are people still out there." He was right. Farther along the sandbar, beyond a shallow channel of water, a small figure in a yellow rain jacket moved near the tide pools. A kid, maybe, or a short adult. Hard to tell at distance. No one else was near them. The tide had pulled the sandbar wide and pale, but the edges were darkening as wind pushed chop into the channels. Mara squinted. "Is that a child?" The figure bent over, picked something up, and put it in a bucket. "Looks like it," I said. "Where's their adult?" Lucas asked. We scanned the beach. No red parka, no dog, no family nearby. Just the distant kid, the wet sand, the advancing weather. Mara was already walking toward the access path. "We need to tell them to come in." Lucas grabbed his coat tighter. The storm's not here yet. The tide channels fill fast when wind stacks water against them, she said. And that kid is on the wrong side of one. The problem changed shape right there. It stopped being my drone, my footage, my fear. It became a small yellow figure on an exposed sandbar with bad weather rolling in and 3 adults arguing beside a van full of gear. I shut the laptop. I can use the drone to check distance. Mara turned. No. Low and close. It's faster than us guessing. Lucas said, or we walk. By the time we walk, if that's a kid and the channel deepens, then call 911, Lucas said. I looked at my phone. No service again. Mara held hers up. Same. Lucas checked his, then swore under his breath. The nearest ranger station wasn't right there. This wasn't a life-guarded summer day. It was October. Shoulder season. Empty lots, cold wind, people assuming everyone else had things handled. The sort of day where trouble could happen in plain sight and still take too long to become official. I set the drone battery in place until it clicked. Mara stepped closer. Ethan, I'm not going toward the cloud bank. You say that like the cloud bank is the only hazard. I can fly along the beach, spot the kid, maybe see if there's an adult nearby. Then I land. 2 minutes. Her mouth pressed into a line. The disagreement between us wasn't loud. That made it worse. Lucas paced behind her, muttering something about liability, client insurance. And this is why permits matter, even though no permit would make a lost kid less lost. Fine, Mara said at last. 60 feet max. Stay over land. No hero orbit shots. If the drone acts wrong once, bring it down. I know. I need you to say it without making your face do that. I looked at her. If it acts wrong once, I bring it down. Good. Lucas threw up both hands. Wonderful. Group suicide by hobby equipment. It's a commercial aircraft, I said. It has folding arms and fits in a lunchbox. The absurdity of that almost helped. Almost. I powered up the drone. The startup tone played, a small electronic sequence that suddenly felt too bright for the weather. The props twitched, then spun. Sand skittered away from the landing pad. The drone lifted to 10 feet, stable. GPS lock, compass normal. Battery 79%. Kept it low, following the line of dunes toward the yellow figure. On the controller screen, beach grass blurred below. The live feed showed the sandbar ahead, the channel cutting diagonally across it like a strip of dull steel. The kid was farther out than I'd realized, maybe 200 yards from the main beach, separated by a shallow runnel that had looked harmless when the tide was dropping, but now showed white ripples along the edge. There, Mara said, pointing over my shoulder. I brought the drone to 60 feet. Figure in yellow looked up. A boy, maybe 8 or 9. Pale face under a blue knit hat. He held a red plastic bucket in one hand. Even through the drone camera, I could see his free hand lift, not quite waving, more like asking what the buzzing thing wanted from him. Where are the parents? Lucas asked. I panned left and right. Nobody close. Farther inland, near the access stairs by the old bait shack, 2 people stood beside an SUV with its hatch open. Too far to connect them for sure. One of them was looking down at a phone. The other faced the road. Mara said, "Can you use the speaker?" My model doesn't have one. Lights. I can flash the landing LEDs, but he won't know what that means. Lucas was already jogging toward the SUV. I'll ask them. Lucas, Mara shouted, don't assume. But he kept going, slipping once in the loose sand, arms out for balance. The drone beeped. A yellow warning flashed. Strong interference. Video signal unstable. My stomach tightened. I'm bringing it back, I said, because I had promised. Then the boy started walking the wrong way. Not toward shore, toward the outer edge of the sandbar, where the beach narrowed and the incoming chop worried at both sides. He looked over his shoulder once, toward the drone, then kept moving like he was following something he had seen on the far side. Why is he going out? Mara said. I don't know. Ethan, get closer, scare him back. You just told me to bring it down. I know what I told you. The controller vibrated. The image smeared for half a second, then sharpened. The boy's yellow jacket snapped in the wind. His bucket banged against his leg. He was crying now. I could tell by the way his mouth pulled wide and square, though the drone couldn't catch the sound over its own rotors. Mara started running. Mara, she didn't stop. She went down the beach in her boots, slipping on wet sand, hair flying loose, one hand out for balance as she angled toward the shallowest part of the channel. I had two bad choices. Land the drone and run after her, losing the overhead view, or keep flying and guide her from where I stood. My brain hated both. It wanted a map. It wanted a number. It wanted a safe return to home point. The drone feed blinked black. When it came back, the camera faced upward, straight into the cloud bank. I nearly dropped the controller. No, I said, and yanked the gimbal down. For one frame before the camera obeyed, the screen caught the underside of the storm shelf again. A pale line, long, curved, gone. I forced the camera down to the beach. The boy was still moving outward. Mara reached the channel and stopped. Good. She hadn't plunged in. She looked back at me, too far for me to hear, but her gesture was clear. Where? I pointed hard to my left, then realized she couldn't see the drone feed, and I was just a man waving uselessly in a parking lot. I grabbed my phone. Still no service. Damn it. Lucas shouted from near the SUV, voice thin in the wind. Not theirs. They haven't seen him. That made everything colder. The boy was alone. Mara stepped into the channel. The water hit below her knees at first, then mid-thigh after 2 steps. She gasped, the sound barely reaching me, and stopped again. The current was not a river current, not dramatic, but wind-driven water sliding through a narrow cut with enough force to lean against her legs. She planted her boots wide. Mara, don't, I said, too quietly for anyone but me. The drone warned again. Compass error. Then the map spun. The drone began drifting seaward. I pushed it back inland. It resisted, motors whining through the controller speakers and faintly overhead. Battery 72%. Distance from home growing. Altitude 64 feet. I broke my own limit and climbed to 80 to keep the boy and Mara in frame. Come on, I whispered. Mara backed out of the channel. Smart, angry but smart. She pointed toward the road, then at the boy, then held both arms up in a big X, trying to tell him to stop. He saw her. I know he did. His head turned. Then he looked past her, toward the cloud bank, and raised his hand, not waving at Mara, waving at something behind me, above the water. my ears filled with the sound of the wind pushing through the van, through the grass, through the empty spaces where beachgoers had been 15 minutes before. Lucas ran back, panting. "There's a landline at the bait place, maybe." "Door's locked, but there's a number." "Go," Mara shouted from the beach. "Call police, fire, anyone." Lucas hesitated. He looked at the drone, at me, at the sky. "Lucas," I snapped. He ran. The boy dropped his bucket. Red plastic rolled across the sandbar, hit a shallow puddle, and spun there. Then the first hard gust arrived. It hit the beach in a sheet. Sand lifted ankle high and hissed across the parking lot. The van doors slammed inward, one of them striking the laptop case with a hollow crack. My eyes watered. On the screen, the image broke into squares, reformed, broke again. Mara crouched against the gust. The boy disappeared behind a veil of blown sand and spray. The drone lurched sideways. I fought it with both sticks. Max motor speed reached. Aircraft unable to return in current wind. "Land immediately." "Not here," I said. "Not here, not here." The drone was over the sandbar now, not the parking lot. If I landed it, I might lose it in incoming water. If I brought it back, I'd lose sight of the boy and Mara. If I kept it up, the wind might take it out over the Gulf. My private fear came back with teeth. Fog, no shore, no fixed point. Only this time I had numbers, and the numbers were lying. Altitude said 81. The video looked lower. Distance said 1,008 feet. It felt farther. Compass spun lazily, as if north had become a matter of opinion. Mara was shouting something. I couldn't hear it. The boy reappeared on screen, smaller now, near the outer lip of the sandbar. Behind him, the storm shelf lowered over the water. Beneath it, just for a second, the clouds shaped themselves around a vast absence. No answer, no reveal, just a space too smooth. Then the controller screen flashed red. Connection lost. The live feed froze on the boy in his yellow jacket. One arm lifted toward the sky. The drone was still out there, blind. Mara was still on the beach, trying to reach him. Lucas was somewhere near the locked bait shack, trying to find a working phone. And the first cold drops of rain began tapping against the controller screen, one by one, turning the frozen image into a smear. Rain came down in separate drops at first, fat and cold, making dark circles on the controller screen. Then it joined itself. The beach blurred. I wiped the screen with my sleeve and got a smear of salt, rain, and grit. The frozen image of the boy in the yellow jacket was still there beneath it, his lifted arm turned into a pale streak. No telemetry, no map, no reassuring green bars, just a dead feed and the small white words in the corner, connection lost. For one stupid second, I tapped the screen like that might shame the drone into answering. "Come on," I said. "Come on." The controller vibrated once, weakly, then went still. Down on the beach, Mara was moving again. From where I stood beside the van in the Pine Point parking lot, the geography laid itself out with horrible clarity. Behind me was East Grand Avenue, the road already shining black with rain. To my right, a low bait shack and seasonal rental office sat locked up, its windows dark, a wooden porch wrapped with lobster buoys and faded signs. Ahead, the access path cut through the dunes to the beach. Beyond that, the main sand stretched north and south in a long, pale strip. Farther out, maybe 200 yards from the dry sand, the exposed sandbar curved like a comma toward the mouth of the Nonsuch River. The boy was on the outer curve. Mara was at the inner channel. Between them was water that had been ankle deep earlier and was now turning white around the edges. I shoved the controller under my jacket, grabbed the drone case only long enough to throw it into the van, then slammed the rear doors shut. The right door bounced because one latch was bent from the gust. I hit it with my palm until it caught. That small, stupid delay nearly made me scream. Lucas was at the bait shack, banging on the front door with the heel of his hand. "Lucas," I yelled. He turned, rain running down his face. "Phone, locked. There's a number on the window. I called it. Nothing. You got service. 1 bar, then it dropped. Keep trying." "I am trying." His voice cracked on the last word, and that frightened me more than if he'd shouted. Lucas had built himself out of smooth surfaces. Seeing one split open made everything feel less survivable. I ran toward the beach. The sand changed under my shoes as soon as I left the parking lot. Dry grains near the path slipped and dragged at my ankles. Then, the packed wet sand took over, hard as cold clay, reflecting the gray sky in shallow patches. Rain tapped my hood. Wind pushed the drops sideways so they stung my cheek. Mara stood thigh-deep in the channel, 20 yards ahead and to my left, braced with her feet wide. She had taken off her jacket and was holding it over her head with both hands like a flag. "Back," she shouted toward the boy. "Come back this way." The boy did not move toward her. He stood near the lip of the sandbar with the red bucket at his feet, one hand clamped around his blue hat, the other hanging uselessly. The distance between us and him looked shorter than it was. That's the cruel thing about flat beaches. They lie politely. I splashed into the channel up to my shins and almost fell. The cold took my breath in a hard bite. Mara twisted toward me. "Don't come in here unless you have a plan. I was hoping you had won." I had yelling. It didn't work. The water pressed against my calves, not deep, but forceful, sliding from the river mouth toward the sea in a diagonal pull. The sand under it shifted in little collapses. Each step sank an inch, then another. I backed out. First failed attempt, crossed straight over. Obvious. Instinctive, bad. Mara fought her way back to my side, soaked from the waist down, breathing hard. Her lips had already lost color. "It's deeper in the middle," she said, "and the bottom drops fast. Heavier flow than it looks. Can we go around?" She pointed south, toward the river mouth. "No. That way the channel widens and cuts deeper. North might be shallower near the dune spit, but it adds distance." "How much?" "Enough." Lucas stumbled up behind us, panting, holding his phone above his head like an offering. I got through for maybe 5 seconds, told them child on sandbar at Pine Point, storm incoming. Then it cut. "Did they answer?" Mara asked. "Yes, dispatcher. I think she heard Pine Point." "You think?" I was shouting into wind. A sharp, ugly silence passed between the three of us. Then I heard a cry, not the boy. A woman. We all turned toward the access path. The woman in the red parka, the one with the black lab from earlier, came running down from the dunes, slipping so badly she almost went to her knees. The dog was not with her now. Her hood had blown back, and her gray hair was plastered to one side of her face. "Ben," she screamed. "Ben." The boy finally turned. His name landed on the beach like a flare. Mara ran toward the woman, and I followed. Lucas stayed a few steps behind, still trying his phone. The woman staggered when she reached us. She was maybe in her late 50s, female, American, with a narrow face and rain-spotted glasses she kept pushing up even though they slid right back down. "That's my grandson." I turned around for 1 minute. The dog pulled loose. I thought he was behind me. Mara caught her by the shoulders before she could run into the channel. "Ma'am, don't. The water's moving too fast." "I can get him." "You can't. My grandson is out there." "I know," Mara said, and her voice became gentler without getting softer. "I know. What's his full name?" "Benjamin Price." "Ben, he's 8. The woman tried to step around her. Mara held firm. Lucas said, "Help is coming." "Where?" the woman snapped. "I don't hear anything." Neither did I, only wind, rain, water running in thin channels, the distant clatter of something loose banging against the bait shack. Mara looked at me. "We go north. There's a shallower crossing closer to the dune spit. If we can get parallel to him, we may be able to talk him back." "That's a long run," I said. "It's the only route that doesn't put us in the deepest cut." The woman in red shoved her wet hair away from her mouth. "I'm coming." "No," Mara and I said together. That made her flinch, then harden. Lucas moved closer. "Mrs. Price, Miss Harlan," she said. "Joe Harlan. And don't manage me." Joe Harlan, late 50s, female, from Saco, Maine, was shaking so badly her hands looked blurred. But her eyes stayed fixed on the boy. She was not going to leave the beach. That was clear. Mara made a decision. "You stay on this side and keep calling his name. If he hears you, he may stop walking outward. Lucas, stay with her. Keep trying emergency services. Ethan, with me." Lucas looked relieved and insulted at the same time. "Why am I staying?" "Because you're dry from the waist down and can still run back to the road if you get signal." That's not a compliment. It wasn't meant as one. We ran north. The sandbar narrowed in that direction, and the inner channel bent closer to the main beach before looping out again. Mara knew the shape from tide maps. I knew it from drone footage. Neither of those things made running through wind easier. After 50 yards, my lungs started burning. After 100, my right shoe filled with water from a tide pool I hadn't seen. After 150, Mara slipped and caught herself on one hand. She got up with wet sand pasted across her palm and blood starting at the base of her thumb. "You're bleeding," I said. "It's decorative." "Mara, keep moving." Behind us, Joe's voice rose and broke. "Ben, honey, stay there." The boy was no longer just standing. He was moving along the outer edge, parallel to us, but still too close to the water. His yellow jacket flashed between sheets of rain. Every time he looked up, my stomach tightened. At the northern bend, Mara stopped so abruptly I nearly ran into her. "There," she said. The channel was narrower here, maybe 12 feet across, with sand ridges visible beneath the surface. The water moved, but not as violently. Beyond it, the inner edge of the sandbar sloped upward. If we crossed here, we could reach the same strip as Ben and work our way back toward him. It looked possible. That was the dangerous part. Mara stepped in first, water to her knees, then higher. She hissed through her teeth, but kept going, arms out. I followed, using the tripod from my gear bag as a makeshift staff. I had grabbed it without thinking when I left the van. Now it punched into the sand ahead of me, folding legs clicking under the force of the current. Halfway across, the bottom dropped. Mara went down to her waist. I lunged and caught the back of her sweater. She made a strangled sound, more anger than fear, and dug her boots into the sand shelf. The current shoved against both of us. My tripod bent. One leg snapped inward with a metallic crack. "Back," she shouted. "I've got you. Back, Ethan." The second failed attempt. The shallower northern crossing wasn't stable anymore. We retreated one stupid, heavy step at a time. My left foot slipped into the drop, and water surged up under my jacket, shocking my ribs. For a second, I lost the bottom. Mara grabbed my sleeve with her injured hand and hauled sideways, not backward, angling me onto the ridge. We stumbled out onto the main beach, soaked to the chest. I dropped to one knee, coughing. My hands were numb. Mara bent over, hands on her thighs, hair hanging in wet ropes. Blood from her palm mixed with rain and ran down her wrist in thin pink lines. "Okay," she said. It sounded like she was convincing herself. I looked back toward Ben. He had stopped again, maybe because Joe kept calling. Maybe because he finally understood he was trapped. His red bucket was gone, taken by wind or water. The outer edge of the sandbar had thinned behind him. White foam pushed over parts of it now. Lucas waved from farther south near Joe. He had both arms up, then pointed inland toward the road. "What does that mean?" I asked. Mara wiped rain from her face. "Either help's coming or he wants us back." We started toward them, not running now because our legs had turned heavy and stupid from the cold. Halfway there, a sound rose over the wind. A low mechanical thump. Then another. Joe screamed. I looked up so fast my neck pinched. Above the cloud base, something moved. A dark shape slid along the underside of the storm shelf, huge in the gray murk, its edges soft and wrong. It seemed to hang there without lights, without wings, just a broad body pressing through vapor. For one breath, my brain refused to make it into anything normal. It took the fear and built a monster because that was faster than thinking. Mara gripped my arm hard enough to hurt. Then the shape split into three. The sound sharpened into rotor slap. A helicopter, not above the clouds. Below them, emerging through rain from the direction of the marsh, flying low with its nose angled slightly down. Its searchlight flicked once but didn't stay on. A dark Coast Guard or rescue helicopter, maybe from Portland, though I couldn't see markings yet. The terrifying shape had been its shadow and body distorted through wet scud. Misdirection. Explainable. Still, my knees felt weaker afterward. Lucas was shouting now. Here. The helicopter did not descend. It banked hard over the shoreline, then pulled back toward the road. The wind threw the sound around until it seemed to come from everywhere. Mara watched it with a grim expression. They can't hover safely over the sandbar in this gust. But they saw him. Probably. That word again. The cheapest kind of hope. A new sound cut through from inland. Sirens, distant but real. Joe heard them too. She put both hands over her mouth and sobbed once. Then she went right back to screaming Ben's name. Lucas came toward us, face pale, hair plastered to his skull. Dispatcher called back, got through to my phone for a second. Fire rescue is staging by the road. They said don't enter the water. Great, Mara said, teeth chattering. Love getting instructions after trying that twice. I looked at Ben through the rain. He was crouched now. At first I thought he had fallen, but then he stood holding something in both hands. A gray object, rectangular and flat. My drone. Even from that distance, I knew its shape. Folded arms. No, one arm hanging wrong, propeller still, body slick with water. How the hell, I started. Mara followed my gaze. It landed near him, crashed maybe. Can he carry it? He shouldn't. Ben looked toward us, then toward the sky, then back at the drone in his hands. He hugged it against his chest like it was a football. The practical part of me understood what had happened before the rest of me wanted to. Own had lost connection, fought the wind, descended or auto-landed wherever its confused sensors told it to. It had come down on the sandbar near the boy. But the timing felt like a hand reaching into the problem and rearranging it. Lucas saw it too. Is that yours? He asked. Yes, his expression changed. Not fear of the storm, calculation. We need that back, he said. Mara turned on him. A child is trapped. I know that. Then say less stupid things. You don't understand. No, Lucas, I understand perfectly. You care about the footage. He stepped closer, lowering his voice, though wind still tore at it. That footage may show restricted aviation activity. If it gets posted, sent, mishandled, I said. It's in the hands of an 8-year-old standing on a flooding sandbar. Lucas swallowed. Exactly. That told me something new and ugly. The drone wasn't just useful. It was evidence. Evidence Lucas wanted controlled. Emergency vehicles appeared beyond the dunes. Red lights flickering through rain near the parking lot. Figures in yellow turnout gear ran down the access path, carrying ropes and orange bags. The world became procedural, suddenly full of people with helmets and radios and practiced voices. For a moment, relief almost knocked me flat. A firefighter reached Joe first. Another came toward us, male, mid-30s maybe, with rain running off his helmet brim. Who went in the water? Mara raised her hand halfway. We tried twice, couldn't cross. You hurt. Hand, cold, not important. It is important. You 3 stay back. He turned and spoke into his radio, words clipped by static. The team spread along the beach. 2 rescuers ran north toward the bend we had tried. Another uncoiled rope. One pointed toward Ben, tracking the boy's position through the rain. Then the radio on the firefighter's shoulder spat hard static. He slapped it once, listened, then frowned. Another firefighter looked down at his own radio. The helicopter sound grew louder again, but the aircraft stayed away from the outer sandbar, circling wide. A gust shoved rain across the beach, so hard everyone leaned into it at once. Ben began walking, not toward the rescuers, not toward his grandmother, toward the very outer point of the sandbar, where waves were now washing over from both sides. Joe saw it and made a sound I hope I never hear from another human being. Ben. One firefighter shouted into a bullhorn. Benjamin. Stop where you are. The boy stopped, turned, then lifted my broken drone over his head. At first, I thought he was trying to show it to us. Then I saw the water behind him. The sandbar was no longer one shape. It was splitting. A channel had cut across the neck between Ben and the wider part where rescue might reach him. Not deep yet, but moving fast, frothing brown and white over the pale sand. The route back was closing. Mara grabbed my sleeve. "Point of no return," she said, voice barely audible. The words were not dramatic. They were geographic. The firefighters saw it too. Their movements changed. Faster now. Less room for caution. The rope team shifted north. The helicopter banked again. Lucas backed away, eyes fixed on the drone in Ben's raised hands. Joe tried to run forward and was caught by two firefighters. I stood there soaked, shaking, useless, watching the map of the beach redraw itself in real time. Then the wind ripped the broken drone from Ben's hands. It skidded across the wet sand, bounced once, and slid toward the new channel. Ben ran after it. Every adult on that beach screamed at once. And I ran too, not because it was smart, because retreat had just disappeared. I ran because Ben ran. That was the simplest version of it, and the worst. There were firefighters on the beach with ropes and helmets and training. There was a helicopter circling somewhere above the gray mess. There were people whose job it was to step into stupid danger with clear heads. And then there was me, soaked through my jeans, one shoe full of seawater, sprinting after a broken drone because an 8-year-old boy had decided it mattered. "Ethan," Mara shouted behind me. I heard her. I kept going. The new channel cut across the sandbar at a shallow angle, a fast brown ribbon where there had been only damp sand a minute before. It wasn't wide yet. Maybe 6 feet, maybe 8. But the water was moving hard enough to make foam at the edges, and each wave from the seaward side pushed more of it through. The drone skidded along the wet sand on the far side, one arm bent, the casing flashing gray whenever rain struck it. Ben chased it with both hands out, stumbling in his yellow jacket. He was crying now for real, mouth open, shoulders shaking, but the wind ate the sound. "Ben," I yelled. "Stop." He didn't. A firefighter grabbed for my jacket as I passed, missed, and shouted something that vanished behind a gust. I hit the first channel at speed and jumped. For half a second, I was convinced I'd make it. Then my left foot landed on the crumbling far lip, and the sand peeled away under me. Cold water took my leg to the hip. My chest hit the sandbar hard enough to knock a flat grunt out of me. I clawed forward. The current sucked at my trapped leg. Wet sand filled my sleeve. My knee twisted, not far enough to snap, but far enough to send a white burst of pain up my thigh. Hands caught the back of my jacket. "Mara, of course, Mara. Don't you dare," she gasped, dragging me by the collar. "Don't you dare make me explain this to myself later." Together, we got me onto the outer sandbar. Now we were on Ben's side. That fact hit me after the relief did. The main beach was suddenly across moving water. Firefighters stood over there shouting and uncoiling rope. Joe Harlan was being held by 2 of them, her red parka bright as a warning flag. Lucas stood behind them, one hand pressed to his head, staring at us like we had stepped off a pier. Mara knelt beside me, breathing hard. Her injured hand was bleeding again, fresh red across sand stuck to her palm. "You're an idiot," she said. I know, you absolute, I know. Can you stand? I tried. Pain grabbed my knee and held on. I stayed standing anyway because Ben was 20 yards away and still moving. The drone had stopped near the edge where the new channel met a shallow pool. Ben reached it, grabbed it with both hands, and turned toward us. For the first time, I saw his face clearly. He wasn't looking at the drone. He was looking past me. Up, the storm shelf pressed low over the ocean, and underneath it, the clouds boiled in slow folds. No monster, no impossible body, just weather brutal and huge and close enough to make the world feel badly roofed. Then the shape came again, not from inside the cloud, from beneath it. A long, pale curve slid through the gray, almost hidden by rain. It had straight marks along it, evenly spaced, like seams or panels. For 1 second, every explanation I'd been building broke apart. It was too big, too smooth, too deliberate. Then a red light blinked near one end. Mara saw it too. Aircraft, she said, though it sounded like she was forcing the word through clenched teeth. What kind? I don't know. The curve vanished behind Scud. The helicopter circled wide to the north, rotors thumping. This was something else, higher or farther out, moving behind the cloud shelf. Maybe an airship. Maybe a surveillance aircraft with its body distorted by mist. Maybe a military transport cutting low under the weather where it had no business being. Whatever it was, it had been enough to confuse the drone sensors, maybe enough to throw interference across radios and phones. Grounded, real, that did not make it safe. A deep vibration passed through the air, felt more in my ribs than heard. Ben flinched and clutched the drone tighter. Ben, Mara called, look at me, not the sky, me. He looked at her, good. She held up both hands, palms out. I'm Mara, that's Ethan. We're going to come get you, okay? I found it, Ben shouted. Voice was tiny, but audible between gusts. I know, Mara said. You did great. Leave it there now. He looked down at the drone, uncertain. I said, it's mine, Ben. And it's broken. It doesn't matter. That hurt to say more than it should have. His chin trembled. It was beeping. My stomach tightened. What? It was beeping and flashing. I thought it was calling me. Mara glanced at me. The drone's lost aircraft alarm. Automatic. High-pitched. Meant to help an owner find it in grass or brush. Ben had heard it through the storm and followed it. My machine had pulled him farther out. The cost arrived quietly. No dramatic music, just the knowledge of it settling in my chest, heavy and deserved. Across the channel, firefighters finally got the rope rigged. One of them, a broad-shouldered man in a yellow helmet, waded to the water's edge and tossed a throw bag. It fell short. The orange bag slapped into the current and shot sideways. Again, someone shouted. Mara turned to me. We need to get closer to them. I looked at the sandbar beneath us. The strip we stood on was maybe 30 yards long and narrowing. The ocean side was taking little bites from it. The inner side was the new channel, frothing darker now. Ben was near the outer tip. We were between him and the main beach, but not by enough. My knee throbbed. Mara's lips were pale. Ben's small hands were red around the broken drone. A second throw bag came across. Closer. Still short. The firefighter cursed loud enough for us to hear. Wind had shifted again, pushing every throw back toward shore. Mara said, "Your orange cord." "What?" "In the van. Extension cord. That's on the other side. The tripod." I looked down. I still had the damaged tripod clutched in my right hand, one leg bent inward, useless as a tripod. Maybe not useless as a hook. Across the channel, Lucas suddenly moved. He ran toward my van. For one absurd instant, I thought he was leaving. Then he yanked open the rear doors, grabbed something bright orange, and dragged it out hand over hand. The extension cord. Mara saw him and laughed once, breathless and shocked. I take back one bad thing I said about him. Only one. Don't push it. Lucas sprinted back with the coil. It tangled around his legs twice. A firefighter took it from him, checked the gauge, and shook his head, probably because it wasn't rescue rope, because it was old and cracked and stupid, and never meant to hold a human life. Then he tied it anyway. Improvisation has an ugly look up close. It is not clever. It is people running out of proper tools. They tied the extension cord to the throw rope, adding length. The firefighter weighted the bag again, swung low, and threw. This time, the orange bag flew across the new channel and landed 10 feet from me. I lunged. My knee folded. Pain blasted up my leg. I fell on my side and grabbed the bag with both hands as water rushed around my boots. "Got it," I shouted. The firefighters yelled instructions. Too many at once. Mara took over. "Loop it under your arms," she shouted at Ben. "Ethan, get it around him first. Him first." Ben shook his head. "My grandma, she's safe," Mara said. "You go to her." "I want my bucket." "Ben," Mara said, and something in her voice changed. It became fierce and almost tender. "You can be scared and still listen, but you have to listen right now." That reached him. He nodded. I crawled toward him, dragging the rope and extension cord through wet sand. Every movement made my knee pulse. Rain ran into my eyes. The outer edge of the sandbar hissed behind Ben as waves washed over it and pulled back, carrying sand with them. "Put the drone down," I told him. He clutched it harder. "It's okay." "It saw it," he said. "What?" "It saw the thing." The pale curve moved behind the cloud again, and this time the deep vibration grew into a dull roar. The helicopter banked away sharply. On the main beach, one firefighter pointed skyward, then shouted into a radio that only spat static back. Mara looked up. Her face went blank with concentration. "Wake turbulence," she said. "What?" "If that's a large aircraft low under the shelf, we need to get flat." I didn't understand until the wind changed. Not a gust from the ocean. A rolling shove from above and seaward, invisible, heavy, wrong direction wind that flattened the rain for a second and punched it sideways across the sandbar. "Down," Mara screamed. I threw myself over Ben. The air hit. Sand lifted in a sheet. The broken drone tore from Ben's hands and struck my shoulder, hard plastic against bone. Something sharp sliced through my jacket. Ben screamed under me. Mara went down on one knee, then both, one hand buried in the sand, the other gripping the rope. Across the channel, the firefighters dropped low too. The roar passed. Not supernatural, not alive. Air disturbed by something large moving too low in bad weather. That was the explanation. It still nearly stripped us off the sandbar. When I lifted my head, the new channel was wider. The drone was gone. For a second, I felt the loss like a physical snap. The footage, the evidence, the answer. Then Ben coughed beneath me, and shame burned hotter than fear. "Are you hurt?" I asked. "My arm," he cried. He had a shallow cut along his forearm where the drone casing or sand had scraped him. Blood watered down his wrist in pink lines. Okay, we're moving." I got the rope under his arms and around his chest the way the firefighter shouted. Mara checked the knot with her good hand, teeth clenched from cold. "First pull," she yelled. The firefighters pulled. Ben slid 2 feet, then stopped, heels digging into sand. "No," he screamed. "No, no, no." Joe shouted from the main beach, "Ben, baby, let them pull you." He couldn't. Panic had locked him solid. Mara dropped beside him, grabbed his face gently between her hands, and forced him to look at her. "Count with me." "I can't." "You can. 3 numbers, that's all." "1," he sobbed. "1," she repeated. "1," he choked. 2, 2, 3. On 3, the firefighters pulled again. Ben slid into the channel. The water took him sideways immediately. The rope snapped taut. Joe screamed. Mara and I held the line on our side just long enough to keep him from spinning face down. The current slammed him against the flow, his yellow hood filling with water, his hands clawing at the rope. "Pull," I shouted. "Pull him." The firefighters hauled in brutal, synchronized jerks. Ben coughed, disappeared behind a wavelet, reappeared closer to shore. One firefighter waded out to his waist, clipped a safety line to himself, and grabbed Ben under the arms. They had him. Joe broke free and ran toward them, then stopped when another firefighter blocked her, guiding her back until Ben was dragged onto the wet sand. He was crying, moving, alive. For one breath, the whole beach seemed to exhale. Then the rope around me shifted. The knot had snagged. The far end, the part tied with my old extension cord, had wrapped around the bent tripod leg half buried beside me. When the firefighters pulled Ben through, the line cinched tight and trapped it. The tripod dragged toward the channel, and the cord looped around my ankle. I looked down. Oh no, Mara saw it too. "Ethan, don't move." The water surged across the sandbar. The outer strip we were on cracked under the flow. Not literally cracked like ice, but cut, the sand liquefying around our boots. The channel chewed through faster now that Ben's weight and our scrambling had disturbed the edge. The firefighters were focused on Ben for 3 seconds too long. 3 seconds was enough. The current took the tripod. The extension cord tightened around my ankle and yanked. I went down hard. Mara grabbed my jacket. Pain in my knee, pain in my shoulder, water over my mouth. I spat salt and sand. "Cut it," Mara shouted. "With what?" She dug at the cord with numb fingers. The knot had pulled tight and slick. My ankle burned where the insulation bit through my sock. The water dragged the tripod like an anchor toward the channel, and I dragged with it, inch by inch. The main beach erupted with shouts. Lucas ran to the waterline. "Knife, he needs a knife." A firefighter threw something small and dark. It landed short, splashed, vanished. Mara swore, a raw word I had never heard from her. I tried to sit up. The cord jerked again. My knee screamed. The current had the tripod fully now, pulling it into the deeper cut. Mara looked at me. There are looks that say too much. Hers said she knew, she might not be able to hold me. I reached into my jacket pocket for anything. Phone, keys, battery pack, nothing useful. Then my fingers hit the microSD adapter. The one from the laptop. Thin metal edge. Useless for cutting cord. But my keys were clipped to it by a small folding utility blade I used for opening battery packaging. A cheap little thing I'd forgotten I had. My numb thumb slipped once. Twice. The blade opened. Mara held the cord away from my ankle while I sawed. The orange insulation resisted, then split. Inside, copper strands shone briefly, bright and ridiculous in the gray rain. The cord snapped. The release threw me backward into Mara. The tripod vanished into the channel. For a second, we just lay there in the water, tangled together, both breathing like damaged animals. Then Mara said, "We have to go." The sandbar under us was no longer a place. It was becoming water. The rope team threw again, but the wind caught it and blew it far south. Too far. The helicopter couldn't come in. The firefighters couldn't cross fast enough. The new channel widened. Mara and I were stranded. Across the gap, Ben was wrapped in a silver thermal blanket against Joe's chest. His face was turned toward us. He watched with huge eyes while the adults around him realized the rescue was not over. Lucas stood near the firefighters, soaked and bareheaded, his polished producer face gone completely. He looked at me, then at the old orange cord cut in the surf, then at the van. The van. The aluminum step stool. One rubber foot missing. Too short to bridge anything. Too light. But beside the van, strapped to the roof rack, was the collapsible aluminum ladder I used for roof inspection jobs. 12 feet extended. Maybe more. I had forgotten it because it was part of my ordinary life, and ordinary things had become invisible. Lucas saw where I looked. "No," I whispered, though he couldn't hear me. He ran. The firefighters shouted after him. He didn't stop. He reached the van, climbed onto the rear tire, and fought the ladder straps with shaking hands. One stuck. He tore at it, slipped, hit his chin on the roof rack, and kept going. Blood ran down his neck, thin and dark. 2 firefighters reached him and helped. Together they carried the ladder down the beach. Mara leaned close to me. "Can you crawl?" "I can crawl." "Good, because walking looks optimistic." The ladder came to the channel edge. Too short for a bridge. Of course it was. The firefighter with the yellow helmet shouted instructions. They extended it fully, tied the remaining rescue rope to one end, and shoved it out over the current like a narrow floating rail. It didn't reach us cleanly, but the far end struck the sandbar 6 feet to our right. Mara crawled first, dragging the end higher onto the sand. The ladder bucked in the water. "Go," she yelled. "You first. Your knee is worse." That's not an argument. It is literally an argument. A wave washed over the sandbar, knocking both of us sideways. That settled it. I shoved her toward the ladder. She went stomach down across the rungs, injured hand tucked against her chest, pulling herself with her elbows. The firefighters hauled from shore, keeping the ladder angled. Halfway across, a gust lifted spray over her entire body. She vanished behind it, then reappeared still moving. They grabbed her. My turn. The sand under my knees collapsed as I crawled onto the ladder. Metal rungs bit into my ribs. Water hammered up through the gaps. My bad knee dragged uselessly, catching once between rungs until I yelled and kicked it free. Halfway across, I looked up. The pale curve in the clouds was moving away, swallowed by weather. Just another large human machine vanishing into a sky too big to police. It had nearly killed us without ever touching the beach. That was the worst part. Not malice, indifference. The ladder lurched. Hands grabbed my jacket, my belt, my arms. I was hauled onto wet sand hard enough to scrape my cheek. For a while, I stayed on my back, rain hitting my face, surrounded by boots and voices. Mara was sitting nearby, wrapped in a thermal blanket, shaking so hard her teeth clicked. Ben was in Joe's arms. Lucas stood bent over with his hands on his knees, blood dripping from his chin onto the sand. The conflict was over in the bluntest sense. Ben was alive. Mara was alive. I was alive. The drone was gone. The sky kept moving. And when I closed my eyes, I could still see that pale curved body hidden in the clouds. Not a creature, not a ghost, but something built by people and flown through weather it should have respected. Something real enough to leave no clean place in my mind for safety to live anymore. The ambulance smelled like rainwater, antiseptic, and the inside of a plastic glove. That's what I remember most clearly. Not the sirens, not the helicopter chopping circles somewhere beyond the dunes, not Joe Harlan crying into Ben's wet hair while a paramedic tried to check his pupils. I remember sitting on the bench seat with a thermal blanket around my shoulders, watching dirty water drip from the cuffs of my jeans onto the diamond plate floor, and thinking the whole thing had been too loud to end in such small sounds. A blood pressure cuff rasping tight around my arm. Mara's teeth clicking. Ben hiccuping every time he tried to breathe normally. Lucas outside the open ambulance doors, pressing gauze to the cut under his chin and refusing to sit down because men like Lucas thought stillness looked like guilt. "You need stitches," one of the EMTs told him. Lucas said, "It's fine." "It is not fine." I said, "I'm fine." Mara, wrapped in a blanket beside me with her injured hand bandaged into a white mitten, looked at him through wet strands of hair and said, "For once in your life, be less cinematic and more compliant." Lucas sat on the tailboard. The EMT gave Mara a grateful look. Ben had a cut on his forearm, bruises along one shin, and the rattled, vacant stare of a child who had learned in one morning that adults could shout instructions and still not be able to stop the world from moving under his feet. Joe Harlan stayed with him the whole time. She kept one hand on his shoulder and one on his knee, as if checking that both parts were still attached to the same boy. "I looked away," she said once, not to anyone in particular, just for the dog. He slipped the leash and went after a gull, and I looked away. No one told her it was okay. That would have been cruel. Mara only said, "He's here." Joe nodded like she'd been given a sentence she could hold in both hands. "He's here." My knee had swollen into something that felt separate from me. The paramedic thought it was a sprain, maybe a meniscus tear, and told me I'd need imaging in Portland. My shoulder had a deep bruise from where the broken drone had hit me, plus a shallow cut through my jacket. My cheek was scraped raw from the final pull across the ladder. None of it looked heroic. Injuries rarely do. They looked clumsy and wet and inconvenient. A Scarborough police officer took our first statements under the open rear hatch of a fire department SUV while rain clicked against the roof. Officer Dana Whitcomb, late 30s, female, from Maine by the accent, and by the way she kept her sentences practical, wrote in a small notebook that was already curling at the edges from damp. "You launched the drone after observing deteriorating weather?" she asked me. The question was not accusing. That made it worse. "Yes." "Why?" I looked past her toward the beach. Firefighters were still down there, their bright jackets moving along the sandbar's edge. The tide had already erased most of the place where Ben had stood. The outer strip was broken into two pale humps, then one, then none whenever a wave crossed it. "I thought I could help locate him," I said. Mara shifted beside me but didn't interrupt. Officer Whitcomb wrote that down. "You were aware of signal interference?" "Yes." "And prior compass errors?" "Yes." "And you flew anyway?" There it was. I could have dressed it up. I could have said we had no service. That time was short. That the drone gave us eyes we didn't otherwise have. All of that was true. So was the smaller, uglier thing. "I flew anyway," I said. Whitcomb glanced up. Her expression softened by about half an inch, which somehow felt worse than anger. "We'll need a copy of the footage if you have it," she said. Lucas looked over sharply from where another EMT was taping gauze beneath his chin. I saw it. So did Mara. Officer Whitcomb saw us seeing it. "Is there a problem?" Lucas wiped rain from his forehead with the back of his wrist. "There may be proprietary client material on that footage." Mara laughed once. Not loudly, not kindly. Whitcomb turned to him. "Sir, a child rescue and possible aviation hazard occurred. Proprietary client material is not my first concern." Lucas opened his mouth, then closed it. Good choice. The laptop was still in my van. The rear doors had slammed hard enough during the gust to dent one panel and crack the corner of my equipment case. But the laptop booted. The file was there. The copied video. The only copy, now that the drone and card were gone. The flight logs were still missing. Officer Whitcomb brought me Mara, Lucas, and a fire captain into the lee of the bait shack porch while I played the footage. The captain smelled like wet canvas and smoke, though nothing had burned. His name was Captain Ellis Ward, 52, male, local fire rescue, with a square gray mustache, and the kind of calm that comes from years of standing in bad weather with other people's fear aimed at your chest. We watched the gimbal twitch, the selective smear. The obstacle warning wasn't visible on the video, so I showed them the controller's cached alert history. Not full logs, just fragments, enough to prove I hadn't invented the warnings. Maybe. We watched the wrong angle shadow slide over the sandbar. Captain Ward leaned closer, but said nothing. We watched the seam in the cloud and the pale curve inside it. Lucas folded his arms tight. Officer Whitcomb asked, "Could this be another aircraft?" Mara said, "Yes." Everyone looked at her. She had gone pale from cold, but her voice stayed steady. Large body, low cloud, moisture distortion, possible wake turbulence. It could be a military aircraft, research platform, airship, something being moved under bad conditions. I don't know what, but I wouldn't call it impossible. Would it explain the interference? Whitcomb asked. Maybe, depending on equipment. Weather can do plenty on its own, but all of it together is odd. Odd enough to report, Captain Ward said. I already notified County Dispatch and asked them to check with Portland Jetport and the Coast Guard. Lucas's face changed at the word Coast Guard. Not much. Enough. Officer Whitcomb saw that too. Mr. Brenner, she said, you mentioned aviation documentaries. Lucas rubbed the back of his neck. The gauze under his chin was already spotted red. Years ago. Contract work. What kind of contract work? Archival, interviews. Some Department of Defense adjacent projects. Public facing. Public facing, Mara repeated. He looked at her. I didn't know what it was, but you knew enough to tell Ethan not to send it. I knew enough to know people get weird when cameras catch things they weren't meant to catch. The rain had eased to a fine spray. Behind us, a loose shutter on the bait shack tapped irregularly against its frame. Tap, 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 tap. The sound kept making my shoulders tighten. Whitcomb took Lucas's statement separately after that. Mara and I sat on the low wooden porch step with blankets around us, watching Ben get loaded into the ambulance with Joe beside him. He had stopped crying, which did not make him look better. His eyes were fixed on the beach. When the ambulance doors closed, he raised his bandaged arm. A small wave. Mara lifted her good hand back. I tried to, but my shoulder complained, so I only nodded. The ambulance pulled away without sirens. That detail helped. I don't know why. A second ambulance took Mara after the EMT checked her temperature again and stopped pretending mild hypothermia was something a blanket and sarcasm could fix. Before they closed the doors, she leaned forward. Do not give Lucas the file, she said. I wasn't going to, and do not upload it. I wasn't going to do that either. Her eyes narrowed. Okay, I said. I thought about it. Of course you did. You okay? No, she said then, after a second. But I'm here. That was enough for the moment. At Maine Medical Center, they confirmed my knee wasn't broken, which was not the same as saying it was fine. Sprain, possible ligament damage, follow-up imaging, crutches, anti-inflammatories, rest. My shoulder got cleaned and dressed. My cheeks stung for 2 days every time I smiled, which, conveniently, I did not feel like doing. Police took a copy of the video before I left the hospital. So did the FAA, eventually. Not in person that day. First, it was a phone call from a Portland Jetport operations liaison. Then another from someone who identified himself as working with an FAA safety office and asked careful questions about altitude, distance, airspace, drone registration, remote ID, weather conditions, visual line of sight, and whether I had knowingly operated during hazardous conditions. Knowingly. That word came up a lot. I answered honestly enough to make my insurance company unhappy. The official version, when it began to assemble itself over the next week, was bland and almost comforting if you didn't have to live inside it. A recreational beach incident during deteriorating weather. A child separated from guardian. Good Samaritan drone operation complicated by signal loss and wind. Successful rescue by local fire personnel. Minor injuries. No fatalities. The aviation part stayed foggy. Captain Ward told me, off the record, and only because I met him 3 days later to retrieve my damaged ladder, that Portland Jetport had no civilian aircraft matching the timing and path we described. The Coast Guard helicopter was accounted for. A military training route existed offshore, but no one he spoke to admitted anything was low under that shelf. That doesn't mean it wasn't there, he said, tightening a strap around my bent ladder. Means nobody with a phone number I can call says it was. Comforting. Didn't say it was. He looked toward the ocean. The day was calm then. Blue sky, thin white clouds, people walking dogs as if the beach had not tried to rearrange itself. You saved the kid, he said. I shook my head. Your team did. Both can be true. I didn't answer. Both can be true. That turned out to be one of those sentences that doesn't make you feel better until much later, and even then only on certain days. Lucas disappeared for 48 hours after the rescue. Then he emailed. Not called, emailed. Subject line, footage rights and release concerns. I read it once, standing in my kitchen with an ice pack strapped to my knee and the smell of burnt toast in the air because I had forgotten the toaster was down. He wrote that the client no longer required delivery of the cloud footage. He wrote that all parties should avoid public speculation until authorities completed their review. He wrote that unauthorized distribution could expose us to civil complications. He did not write, "I'm sorry." Mara, when I forwarded it to her, responded in 11 seconds. Absolutely do not reply until I can type with both hands. So I didn't. Ben recovered physically. Joe sent me a card 2 weeks later with a photo tucked inside. Ben sitting on a couch in dry clothes, his arm bandaged but healing, a black lab's head in his lap. On the back, in careful block letters, he had written, "Sorry about your drone." I kept that card on my fridge. I don't know what to do with guilt when it arrives in a child's handwriting. It doesn't accuse you. It just sits there. The copied footage did not vanish. I made 3 backups after the police took theirs, because I am still myself even when trying to become better. 1 on an external drive. 1 in cloud storage, encrypted. 1 on a thumb drive in a coffee tin behind spare batteries in my closet. I did not upload it. Not then. The FAA eventually sent me a formal warning for unsafe operation in deteriorating weather and loss of visual line of sight during an emergency. No license suspension. No fine. Maybe the rescue helped. Maybe the missing drone made enforcement harder. Maybe someone somewhere decided enough people had already been punished by the morning itself. Mara said I was lucky. She was right. She also said luck is not a plan. She was right about that too. My insurance did not cover the drone because operation under adverse environmental conditions is a phrase designed by people who have never watched a child run toward a flooding channel. I sold 2 lenses to pay down the remaining balance. For a while, I took only ground photography jobs, restaurant interiors, product shots, a dentist's office remodel in Biddeford. Safe work mostly, unless you count the emotional hazard of photographing decorative ferns. A month after Pine Point, Mara and I went back. Not for closure. I don't trust that word. We went because Captain Ward called to say a storm had uncovered debris near the northern bend, and one piece had my registration number on it. The beach looked smaller in calm weather. That felt insulting. Mara wore gloves despite the mild day. Her hand had healed into a thin crescent scar near the base of her thumb. I had a knee brace under my jeans and walked with a slight hitch I pretended was temporary. We found one drone arm half buried in rack line with seaweed wrapped around the motor. No camera, no SD card, no main body. Not much of a funeral, Mara said. It was expensive enough to deserve bagpipes. She smiled a little. We stood near the place where the channel had cut through. The sand was smooth again, reshaped by tides, until no evidence remained of our stupidity or terror. Families walked 100 yards away. A toddler in a puffy jacket dropped a cracker, and then cried like the world had betrayed him. Somewhere behind the dunes, a truck backed up with a steady beep, beep, beep. Normal sounds, ordinary life, cracked, but still functioning. Mara looked toward the horizon. Have you watched the file again? Yes. How many times? Do you want the number that makes me look stable? No, 37, she nodded, as if that was within expected Ethan parameters. Anything new, I hesitated. The pale curve was visible in 4 frames. 5 if you counted one smeared by rain. Enlarged, stabilized, adjusted, it looked less like a monster and more like machinery. A smooth underside, panel lines, a blinking red anti-collision light. Maybe part of a tail, maybe part of a wing, maybe part of something carried under a larger craft. Nothing supernatural, nothing impossible. But in the audio, beneath wind and prop noise and controller alerts, there was a low repeating tone during the last seconds before signal loss. 3 pulses. Pause. 3 pulses. Pause. Not the drone alarm, not helicopter rotor, not an emergency tone I recognized. I had sent that detail to the FAA contact. He had replied, likely compression artifact or motor harmonics. Likely. There it was again. I heard something, I told Mara. She looked at me. In the audio could be nothing. Could be, I laughed quietly. Yeah, I know. She slipped her good hand through my arm, careful of my balance, and for a while we just stood there like people pretending to admire the water. Don't chase it, she said. I'm trying not to. Try harder. The wind moved over the beach grass with a dry whisper. Above the Gulf of Maine, clouds gathered in harmless strips. Sunlight passed through them and silvered the water. I wanted to tell her I was done, that I had learned something clean from all of it, that I'd stopped needing the world to fit inside a screen. But the truth was less flattering. I still wanted to know. I still saw that pale curve when low clouds formed offshore. I still checked flight tracking apps more than was healthy. And sometimes, when fog came in over Portland and the harbor bell rang from somewhere I couldn't see, I found myself standing very still, listening for 3 low pulses under the wind. Most days, there was nothing. Most days, that was enough. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is: my phone's voice memos app recorded someone whispering while I slept. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing I heard on the recording was my own radiator ticking. That was what made me keep listening. Not the whisper, not at first. The whisper came later, under the dry metal clicks and the soft, stuffed up sound of my breathing. At first, it was ordinary enough that my brain tried to put it away with all the other small noises. An apartment makes at 3 a.m. Heat moving through old pipes. A truck downshifting on Atlantic Avenue. Somebody above me dragging a chair across the floor like they were trying to make a point to God. Then, at the 14-second mark, my sleeping breath hitched. Not awake, not fully, just enough to sound like my body knew something I didn't. My name is Mara Ellis. I'm 31, and I live on the 4th floor of a narrow pre-war building in Brooklyn, in that weird seam between Boerum Hill and Gowanus, where you can smell wet concrete after rain and sour mash from the brewery if the wind moves the right way. I work remotely doing closed caption quality checks for a streaming company, which means I spend 8 hours a day wearing headphones, catching words other people miss. I notice lip smacks, chair creaks, a siren bleeding through a documentary interview from 4 blocks away. It's a useless superpower until it is. That morning, my phone was lying face up beside my pillow, warm from being under the edge of the blanket. The voice memos app was open. A red waveform sat on the screen like a little mountain range. 03/17/42. 3 hours, 17 minutes, 42 seconds. I stared at it for longer than I want to admit, my thumb hovering above the play button, my mouth stale with sleep and cheap mint toothpaste. Outside, a delivery truck's liftgate slammed, and the sound snapped me enough that I actually looked toward my window like I expected somebody to be standing on the fire escape. Nobody was there. Just the gray shape of the neighboring brick wall, 6 feet away, wet from a night drizzle. A pigeon made that dusty throat noise they make when they're deciding whether life is worth the effort. Downstairs, the front door of the building opened and closed with its usual 2-part complaint. Buzz, scrape, bang. Normal morning. Normal room. Except my phone had apparently recorded half the night by itself. I had sleep tracking apps before. Not now. I deleted them after a week because I didn't need a pastel-colored graph telling me I was bad at resting. The voice memos app wasn't one I used often. I kept it in a folder called Utilities, along with Measure, Compass, and other little icons Apple insisted I might need someday. I had used it the previous afternoon to record a note for work, a garbled bit of dialogue in a true crime doc where a detective said something like checked the West Alley. But the auto caption insisted it was Chicken Wet Sally. I remember stopping the recording. I remember closing the app. I remembered because I am annoying about that stuff. Still, phones glitch, pockets call people, thumbs do things while half asleep. I sleep with my phone too close because I tell myself I need the alarm, but really I like knowing it is there. A small black rectangle full of proof that other people exist. So I pressed play. For the first few seconds, it was almost soothing. The recording began with cloth shifting near the microphone. A muffled thump. My own sigh, long and irritated, like I was annoyed at a dream. Then radiator ticks. A bus groaning somewhere outside. Rainwater tapping the metal lip of the window AC unit I never removed because I kept meaning to ask the super for help and kept deciding I could do it myself later. My bedroom smelled faintly of dust from the heat kicking on. The lamp on my nightstand, the one with the crooked paper shade I'd bought at Housing Works, threw a yellow cone over the pile of books beside my bed. One spine had a half-moon coffee stain. My jeans were on the floor where I had stepped out of them the night before. A bra hung from the closet doorknob like a dead animal. I sat there in my t-shirt, knees under the comforter, listening to myself sleep. At 12 seconds, I breathed in. At 14, my breath caught. At 16, something made a sound close to the phone. Not loud, just a faint drag, like the pad of a finger moving across cotton. I stopped the recording. My thumb actually landed too hard, and the phone bounced against my palm. "Okay," I said out loud. My voice was hoarse. The apartment gave nothing back. I played it again from the beginning, because apparently the first rule of being scared in your own room is to become a scientist. I held the speaker up to my ear. I listened past the radiator, past the bus, past the water pinging outside. There it was, a drag. Then, after it, so low I almost thought my mind was filling in the blank. Mara. I stopped it again. This time I got out of bed, not carefully, not bravely. I kicked the blanket half off and stepped on the paperback I'd dropped before sleeping. Pain flashed across the arch of my foot, sharp enough to make me swear and grab the bed frame. The room looked different from upright. That's the stupid truth. Everything that had seemed normal from under the covers rearranged itself. The cracked closet door became a dark vertical mouth. The gap beneath my bedroom door seemed too black for daylight pressing around the apartment. My reflection in the window floated over the brick wall outside, hair sticking up on one side, face pale and puffy and ridiculous. I checked the lock on my bedroom window first. It was latched. Then the fire escape gate. Closed. The window frame was swollen from weather and hard to move even when I tried. I had complained about it twice. In that moment, I loved the building for being old and difficult. My apartment is a one-bedroom railroad-ish, but not officially, with the bedroom at the back, the living room facing the street, and a narrow kitchen in the middle where only one person can stand comfortably, unless both people are in love or drunk. The floors slope toward the bathroom. The fridge hums like it's thinking about quitting. The front door has 3 locks because my mother mailed me an extra security bar after a man followed me into a laundromat in 2022, and I made the mistake of telling her. I checked all of them. Chain, deadbolt, knob lock, security bar still wedged under the handle. The apartment was empty. No muddy footprints. No open drawers. No kitchen cabinet hanging wide. My laptop was on the table, still charging. My purse was on the chair. Wallet sat in it, badly hidden, because despite my captioning job and my careful little routines, I am sloppy in ways that make me angry at myself. The kettle was where I left it. The sink had one bowl with dried ramen streaks and a spoon glued to it by broth. The trash smelled faintly of onion skins and coffee grounds. I stood there barefoot in the kitchen, holding my phone, listening to the building wake up around me. A baby cried downstairs and was immediately soothed by someone murmuring in Spanish. Pipes knocked. A dog barked once, offended by something tiny and private. Then my upstairs neighbor, Mr. Keene, coughed in his bathroom with such force that it came through the ceiling vent like a warning. I almost laughed. Almost. Then the phone buzzed in my hand, and I flinched hard enough to drop it onto the counter. It was my sister, Tessa, calling. I let it ring twice before answering, because I needed to not sound insane. Tessa Ellis, 28, female, lived in Providence and worked as an ER nurse on a schedule that made normal time meaningless. She had our father's square jaw, our mother's talent for asking questions that sounded like accusations, and a habit of calling me during her commute when she was too wired to go home and sleep. She loved me fiercely, but practically, which meant she treated panic like a nosebleed. Pressure first, sympathy after. "You awake?" she asked. "No, I'm narrating from beyond." "Cute, you sound weird." "I just woke up." "You always just woke up, that's your brand." A turn signal clicked on her end. "Listen, Mom asked if you're coming down for Memorial Day weekend." I told her I'd ask because she thinks texts are legally binding. I leaned my hip against the counter and looked toward the bedroom door. The voice memo sat there on the phone screen, paused at 16 seconds. "Mara." "Yeah," I said. "Sorry, I'm here." "What's wrong?" That was the problem with sisters. Could get one syllable wrong, and they started inventorying your organs. I rubbed my thumb along the phone case. The plastic edge had a nick in it from when I dropped it on the subway stairs at Hoyt Schermerhorn. Something stupid happened. Good stupid or emergency room stupid. I woke up and my voice memos app had been recording. She paused. I heard car tires whisper over wet pavement. Recording what? Me sleeping. Okay, hate that. It's probably nothing. I probably opened it somehow. Did you? I don't think so. Sleep you might have. Sleep me does not do admin. Mara, I swallowed. My throat clicked. There's a sound on it, I said. What kind of sound? I hated that my eyes went back to the bedroom, to the wrinkled blanket and the dent my body had left in it. Like someone saying my name. Tessa didn't make the little joke I expected. That made it worse. "Send it to me," she said. "No, send it. It's probably nothing." "Then send the nothing." My hand tightened around the phone. "I don't want you listening to me sleep for 3 hours. Oh, trust me, I will skip around. Your privacy is safe from my attention span." "Tess," her voice softened, but only a little. "Send me the part." I opened the memo and tried to trim it, but my fingers felt thick and clumsy. The waveform looked endless. 3 hours of invisible sound, stacked in blue peaks and valleys. I dragged the handle to the first minute, then stopped. What if the whisper wasn't the only thing? What if there were footsteps at 2:10? A door at 2:47. My own voice saying something back. That thought settled under my ribs and stayed there. I'll send it later, I said. You won't. I need coffee first. That is also your brand. I smiled without wanting to. Go save lives. Go check your closets. I already did. Of course you did. Another pause. Front door locked. Yes. Windows. Yes. Any signs somebody got in? No. It's probably audio bleed or you talked in your sleep. I don't say my own name in my sleep. You don't know that. You live alone. For all you know, you recite tax law. I breathed out through my nose, and some of the room came back into place. The kettle, the bowl, the stupid spoon cemented to dried broth. Tessa had that effect sometimes. She made fear put its clothes on and explain itself. Do you have plans today? She asked. Work, groceries, maybe laundry if I stop pretending I have clean socks. Text Ben. I closed my eyes. No, Mara. No, Benjamin Hale, 34, male, was my ex-boyfriend, though ex made it sound cleaner than it was. He lived 12 blocks away in Carroll Gardens, taught high school history, and had once loved me with a steady patience I found comforting until I found it unbearable. We had broken up 6 months earlier because I kept turning every argument into evidence that he would leave eventually, and he got tired of defending himself against things he hadn't done. He still had my spare key because I had not asked for it back, which was either laziness, avoidance, or proof that part of me liked knowing someone could get to me if I needed help. Tessa knew all of that. Unfortunately, I'm not texting Ben because my phone made a creepy noise, I said. He has a key. It's not comforting in the way you think it is. Oh, her tone changed. Do you think? No, God, no, Ben would never. I'm not accusing him. I'm saying keys exist, and you are currently describing a locked apartment with a voice inside it. The kettle clicked beneath my hand, though I hadn't turned it on. No, not clicked. The plastic lid shifted because my thumb pressed it. I moved away from the counter. I'll ask for the key back, I said, because it was the easiest version of action. Today. Soon. Today, Mara. The old irritation rose up, familiar and useful. You are very bossy for someone who once dated a man who kept a ferret illegally. Stanley was not illegal. His lease was ambiguous. His smell was not. She laughed then, and I did too, but mine came out thin. After we hung up, I made coffee so strong it tasted metallic. I stood by the sink and drank it too hot while listening to the memo again, this time through earbuds. Work habit. Better isolation. I played the first 30 seconds. Radiator, bus, rainwater, cloth, breath, drag, the whisper, Mara. It was barely a word, more air than voice. It could have been the radiator exhaling through a pipe. It could have been my own mouth opening in sleep. It could have been the upstairs neighbor's plumbing turning a cough into a syllable. It could have been a dozen ordinary things with bad timing and a familiar shape. But the sound had proximity. That was what I couldn't talk myself out of. It didn't sound like it came through the wall. It didn't sound like the street. It sounded close to the microphone, close enough that whoever made it would have been leaning over the bed. I ripped the earbuds out. The kitchen looked pale in the morning light. Rain had left the window glass speckled, and the building across the courtyard showed rectangles of other people's lives. A plant in a chipped pot, a blue towel, a man in a white undershirt drinking from a mug. Somewhere, someone was frying garlic. The smell slipped through the vent and made my empty stomach turn. At 8:46, my landlord, Super Lewis, texted the building group chat. Hot water will be off 10:12. Boiler repair. Sorry. People reacted with thumbs up and angry faces. I stared at the message. Boiler repair. That meant Lewis would be in the basement. Maybe in the halls. Maybe with contractors. Maybe there had been work in the building during the night. Maybe sound traveled through the old vent lines in strange ways. I wanted that explanation badly enough that I could feel myself reaching for it. So I texted him privately. Hey Lewis, weird question. Was anyone doing work in the building overnight? Around 3 a.m. He didn't answer right away. I showered before the hot water cut out, checking twice that the bathroom door was unlocked, because I suddenly hated the thought of being trapped in steam. The vent above the toilet had a dark fuzz around the grate. I stood on the closed lid and looked through it with my phone flashlight, which showed nothing but dust and a screw head. At 9:12, Lewis replied, "No work overnight." Why? I typed, deleted, typed. Thought I heard something. Maybe pipes. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Old building. Pipes talk. You okay? I stared at that for a while. Then I wrote, yeah, thanks. At 9:30, I logged into work and tried to caption a cooking competition where a woman from Ohio cried over burnt caramel. I rewound the same 15 seconds 7 times, because every time a contestant whispered, my hand moved to my phone. The memo sat on my desk beside the keyboard, screen dark, holding its 3 hours of night like a sealed bag. By noon, I had convinced myself not to call the police, because what would I say? Hello, officer. My phone recorded a maybe whisper in a locked apartment, and nothing is missing except my ability to act normal. I could imagine the pause on the other end. I could imagine being told to file a report online, maybe check my carbon monoxide detector, maybe install a camera. Reasonable advice. Reasonable enough to make me feel foolish. So I did something else. I texted Ben, "Hey, weird favor. Can I get my spare key back sometime soon?" The message went blue, delivered. I put the phone face down. 5 minutes later, it buzzed. Of course. Everything okay? I didn't answer. Then, I can drop it after school if you're home. Around 4. The apartment made a tiny settling sound. Wood flexing. Pipes adjusting. Ordinary bones. I looked at the bedroom. At the nightstand. At the lamp with the crooked shade. At the little empty space beside the bed where someone would have had to stand if the whisper was real. My flaw, if I'm being honest, is that I would rather build a case in silence than ask for help too early. I don't like being watched while I'm afraid. I don't like needing anyone. It makes me sharp and strange. And then afterward, when people step back, I pretend I wanted the room. I picked up the phone and typed, "Yeah, home at 4. Can you come up?" Then I added before I could stop myself, "I need you to listen to something." The 3 dots appeared almost immediately. "Okay, I'll come up." I set the phone down. For a minute, nothing happened. Then the voice memos app, still open in the background, blinked onto the screen when a notification shifted the lock display. Recording title was just the date, automatically named. May 10, 3:04 a.m. Beneath it, in small gray text, was the location tag. Recorded near Bond St. Brooklyn. That was my neighborhood, my room, my bed. Normal, explainable. I stood there looking at it anyway, because under the location, under the timestamp, under all the neat little facts a phone collects without asking, the memo's waveform showed a sudden spike near the very end of the recording. 3 hours later than the whisper, far past where I had listened. A single tall blue peak, like a door closing. I had a choice then: delete it and let the day smooth over the shape of it, or listen all the way through before Ben arrived. I sat down at the desk, put one earbud in, and pressed play again. By the time Ben texted that he was downstairs, I had listened to the recording for almost 4 straight hours, and somehow knew less than I had at the beginning. That was the maddening part. The first whisper didn't get clearer. It got worse because I learned its shape. I could hear the wet edge of a mouth opening before it. I could hear the faint scratch of fabric, maybe my sleeve, maybe the blanket, maybe someone brushing against the side of my mattress. I could tell myself all the reasonable things: compression artifacts, old pipes, my own sleep mumbling. But every time the sound came through the earbud, my body reacted before my brain could object. At the 41-minute mark, there was another noise. Not a voice, a soft click, like plastic touching wood. Then nothing but the apartment breathing around me. I had made notes in a document, because that is what I do when I'm scared. I make columns. I timestamp things. I pretend fear can be domesticated if I put it in a spreadsheet. 000016 possible whisper name. 004108 click near bed. 025219 pipe knock. 031655 loud spike. Loud spike was the one I couldn't finish listening to. I got there twice. Both times I yanked the earbud out before the waveform peaked, which was so stupid I wanted to slap myself. It was sound, already happened, couldn't hurt me. Still, my hand refused. So when my phone buzzed with Ben's message, here, relief went through me so fast it embarrassed me. I went to the intercom and pressed the button. 4th floor, I said. A second later, Ben's voice crackled up through the speaker. I remember. I almost smiled. The stairwell swallowed him for a few minutes. My building had no elevator, just 4 flights of brown painted steps that always smelled faintly of damp plaster and someone's old cooking oil. As his footsteps came closer, I stood by the door with my hand on the deadbolt, suddenly aware of how much I had been waiting for another person to make the apartment real again. Then he knocked. 3 light taps. Familiar. Considerate. Benjamin Hale, 34, male, stood in the hallway wearing his school clothes. Blue button-down with the sleeves rolled up, loosened tie, old brown satchel slung across one shoulder. His hair was damp from the drizzle, and he had that tired teacher look, like he had spent the day keeping 30 teenagers from discovering fire. He held a single brass key between 2 fingers, already separated from the ring. Special delivery, he said. I took it too quickly. His eyes moved over my face. You look like you haven't slept. I haven't since the sleeping part. That almost made sense. Come in. He stepped inside and paused in the entryway the way people do when they're trying not to remember they used to belong somewhere. His gaze flicked to the security bar leaning near the door, the chain, the extra lock my mother sent, then to me. Is this about the recording? I closed the door and locked it. All 3 locks. The chain too. Ben noticed, but didn't comment. It started recording while I was asleep, I said. You said, I need you to listen without making a face. I can try. My face is unfortunately involved in most listening. Ben, okay, sorry. That was us in miniature. I was sharp because I was scared, and he tried to soften the room with a joke, and then I made the joke feel unwelcome. The old rhythm clicked into place so easily it made my chest hurt. We sat at the kitchen table because the bedroom felt too intimate and too much like evidence. I set the phone between us. The afternoon outside had gone gray and thick, rain ticking against the fire escape in a lazy, irregular pattern. A car alarm chirped once on the street and stopped. Somewhere downstairs, a child bounced a ball against a wall in slow, punishing thuds. Ben leaned in, elbows on his knees. Before I listen, he said, did you check for carbon monoxide? I blinked at him. That's your first thought. It can cause confusion. Auditory stuff sometimes. Headaches, weird behavior. I'm not hallucinating an audio file. I didn't say you were. You kind of did. No, I'm saying if you woke up to your phone recording, one explanation is you did it while half awake and don't remember. Carbon monoxide is worth ruling out. The annoying thing was that he was right. My detector didn't go off, I said. Does it work? I opened my mouth. He tilted his head. Don't do that, I said. Do what? Be correct silently. We checked it. The carbon monoxide detector was plugged into the outlet near the bathroom, its little green light glowing. Ben pressed the test button. The shriek that came out of it was so sudden and ugly that I clapped both hands over my ears. Works, he said. Great. My heart is now outside my body. Sorry. We sat back down. I played the first 30 seconds through the phone speaker. The sound was smaller that way, flatter, but still there. Radiator, bus, rain, cloth, breath. Then the whisper. Ben didn't move. That was how I knew he heard it. He stared at the phone, his brows drawing together, not theatrically, not with disbelief, but with the careful concentration he used to wear when grading essays at my kitchen counter. Again, he said. I played it again. This time, after the whisper, he looked at me. That sounds like your name. Thank you. I'm not saying it is, but it sounds like it. Yes, the room changed when he admitted that. Not because I wanted him scared, exactly. I didn't. But fear by itself can make you feel unhinged. Shared fear becomes a problem. Problems can be solved. He reached for the phone. Can I scrub around? Don't delete anything. I'm not going to delete anything. Or trim it accidentally. Mara, I know, sorry. He glanced at me, and for a second I saw the hurt under his patience. 6 months apart had not erased how often I had treated care like interference. He scrolled the waveform with his thumb. Where else? I showed him my notes. When I mentioned the spike at the end, he looked up. You haven't listened to it. No. Why not? Because I live here. He accepted that with a small nod. We put the phone on the table between us, volume up. Ben tapped around the final minute of the recording, just before the spike. The apartment sounds came back. My sleep breathing, a far-off siren, the radiator ticking slower as heat faded from the pipes. Then a new sound entered, a dull, careful pressure. Not a door slamming, not yet, more like weight shifting on old floorboards, my bedroom floorboards. Ben's eyes lifted to mine. Another sound followed, a faint metallic scrape, short and controlled. Then my voice, thick with sleep, whispered something. I leaned forward. "What did I say?" Ben asked. "I don't know," he replayed it. The words were mushy, barely words at all, but there was a shape to them. Not fear, complaint. "Stop." Ben went still. A second later came the spike, a bang. Not huge through the phone speaker, but sharp enough to make both of us flinch. Wood striking wood, something closing quickly. Then the recording became a chaos of fabric noise, my breathing suddenly faster. A low thump, as if the phone had shifted on the bed. And after that, a sound I recognized instantly, because I heard it every morning. The front door downstairs. Buzz, scrape, bang, the building entrance closing. The memo ended 47 seconds later. Neither of us spoke. Rain tapped the metal AC unit in the bedroom window. The fridge hummed. The child downstairs began bouncing the ball again. Ben picked up the phone and replayed the last section louder. Pressure on floorboards, metallic scrape. My sleeping voice, bang. Fabric, breathing, building door. Could that building door sound have come from outside? He asked. Yes, I said. Always comes through the hallway. But my bedroom is at the back. Sound travels. Ben, I'm not dismissing it. It sounds like someone left. He didn't answer. That was answer enough. The concrete, time-sensitive problem arrived 3 minutes later, not with a scream or a shattered window, but with a low battery notification. AirTag found moving with you. The alert slid down over my screen, neat and polite. I stared at it. Ben leaned closer. What is that? It's an Apple safety alert. I know that, but it means there's an AirTag or something similar near me that isn't mine. It's been moving with me. Since when? I tapped the notification with a finger that had gone numb at the tip. A map opened. A dotted red path traced across Brooklyn. It started near my building. Then it looped west toward the grocery store on Hoyt Street, up toward Atlantic Avenue, back to my apartment. My errands from that afternoon. My whole stupid attempt at being normal. The bottom of the screen, first seen with you, today, 8:58 a.m. Ben sat back slowly. My mouth tasted like pennies. That was after I woke up. Could be a neighbor's bag, someone on the same route. I went to 3 places alone. Do you own AirPods? Anything like that? No. The app offered an option, play sound. We both looked at it. Then we looked toward the apartment. I had the sudden, horrible image of a tiny beep answering from under my bed. Ben stood. We should find it. Wait. We need to find it. No, we need to think. That is thinking. No, that is moving around my apartment because a phone told us there's a tracker nearby, which might be exactly what someone wants. He stared at me. What does that mean? I don't know. But I did know what I meant. I meant I could feel myself splitting into too many possibilities. A person had been in my room. A person had planted something. Or a person had gotten close enough to my bag while I was out. Or it was all coincidence, and I was about to rip apart my apartment because of a false alert and a weird recording. The private fear I never knew how to say cleanly was not just that someone would hurt me. It was that I would miss the obvious sign until afterward. that I would be the woman in the article where everyone reading thinks, why didn't she leave? Why didn't she call? Why did she ignore it? But there was another fear underneath, meaner and more embarrassing. That I would overreact. That people would see me as unstable, difficult, dramatic. The woman who made a spreadsheet about a radiator noise. Ben softened his voice. Mara, we can press play sound and listen. Or we can call someone. The police. I laughed once too hard. And say what? There's a whisper and maybe an AirTag. People use trackers to stalk people. That's real. I know it's real. Then call. And what do? Send someone in 6 hours. Tell me to come to the precinct. Meanwhile, whoever this is knows where I live. Already knew where I slept. Ben's jaw tightened at that. The phone screen dimmed. I tapped it awake. Play sound. Do it, he said. I pressed the button. For 2 seconds, nothing happened. Then, faintly from somewhere inside the apartment, came a chirping beep. Not loud, not cinematic, just a tiny electronic trill, bright and stupid and real. It came from the bedroom. My knees went weak so quickly I had to grip the table. Ben moved first. Don't, I said. He stopped. The chirp repeated, 3 notes. A pause, 3 notes, from the bedroom, the room where I had slept. Mara, Ben said quietly, go into the hall. No, go into the hall and call 911. No, his face changed. This is not a debate. It's my apartment. And there may be someone who got into it. There's no one here. You don't know that. I checked. You checked, scared and alone. That landed badly because it was true. I pushed past him toward the bedroom. He caught my arm, not hard, but enough. Don't. I looked at his hand. He let go immediately. Sorry, he said. The AirTag chirped again. A tiny sound, a terrible sound. It made the apartment feel suddenly enormous, full of hidden seams. I walked to the bedroom doorway with Ben behind me. Neither of us turned on the overhead light at first, and that was a mistake. The room was dim, rain gray, ordinary shapes blending with shadows. Bed, books, closet, laundry basket, nightstand. The chirp came again, under the bed. Ben exhaled through his teeth. Hall, he said. No, we find it, then call. Why are you like this? Because I need to know what I'm saying before I say it. Mara, evidence doesn't become more real because you personally touch it. The small disagreement should have slowed us down. Instead, I got on my knees. The floor was cold through my jeans. Dust tickled my nose. The space under the bed was dark, except for the pale strip of window light reaching in from the side. I could see a storage bin, one lost sock, a paperback, the cardboard box for my old router, and dust gathered in soft gray ropes. The AirTag chirped again. Closer. Ben turned on his phone flashlight and angled it under the bed. There, he said. At first I thought he meant the storage bin. Then I saw it. A tiny white disc wedged into the torn seam along the underside of my mattress, held there with a strip of gray duct tape. Not dropped, not lost, placed. The room compressed around that fact. I reached for it. Ben grabbed my wrist again, harder this time. Don't touch it, I snapped. Stop grabbing me. He let go as if burned. Then stop reaching for evidence with your bare hands. The anger between us flashed hot and vanished. What remained was worse. He was right again. I backed away from the bed and sat on the floor. My breath had gone shallow. Not dramatic, functional almost. The kind of breathing you do when you're trying not to throw up. Ben crouched beside me, keeping distance now. "We call 911, I nodded. But when I unlocked my phone, the screen showed another notification. Unknown accessory detected near you. Last location, home. Then a text came in from a number I didn't recognize. No words, just a photo. It loaded line by line on my screen. My bedroom, taken from above. Not from the doorway, not from the window. From somewhere high in the corner, looking down at my bed. The timestamp on the image was from last night, 3:15 a.m. In the photo, I was asleep on my side, one hand under my cheek. My phone glowed faintly beside the pillow. And beside the bed, cropped at the shoulder, stood a person in a dark jacket and blue nitrile gloves. Ben whispered, "Jesus." The next text arrived before either of us could move. "Don't call yet. There's another one in the apartment." I stared at the words until they stopped looking like language. Then, from somewhere beyond the bedroom wall, from the direction of the bathroom vent, came the smallest mechanical sound. A click, like a camera waking up. The click from the bathroom vent made both of us turn our heads at the same time. It was small enough that, on any other day, I would have blamed the building. Old pipes, metal flexing, a neighbor dropping a shampoo bottle against the tub. The kind of sound Brooklyn apartments make when they want you to know you are not living in a structure so much as a stack of other people's routines. But after the photo, after the AirTag under my mattress, there was no such thing as a small sound. Ben stood first. "Hallway," he said. "No, Mara, no. If there's a camera in the bathroom, I'm not leaving my apartment with it still streaming. That is exactly why we leave. Then whoever this is keeps watching, keeps whatever they planted, keeps knowing we ran." Ben's face was tight, pale around the mouth. He kept looking between my phone and the vent above the bathroom toilet, like he wanted the problem to stay in one place long enough to become manageable. The geography of my apartment suddenly mattered in a way it never had before. From the front door, you entered a narrow living room with one window facing Bond Street. Past that was the kitchen, barely wide enough for two bodies to pass without turning sideways. The bathroom opened off the kitchen on the right, a tiny tiled room with a claw foot tub, a sink, and the dusty vent above the toilet. Beyond the kitchen, through a short hall, was my bedroom at the back, with the stiff window and fire escape facing the brick courtyard. Front door behind us, bedroom behind us, bathroom to our right. No good direction. Ben lifted my phone from the bed without touching the AirTag. "We call." The screen showed the anonymous text. "Don't call yet. There's another one in the apartment." "That's what they want," I said. "What? For us not to call. So we call. And say what? Someone is texting me not to call while watching us." "Yes, Mara, exactly that." He dialed 911 before I could argue. For a second, I felt relieved, in the childish way you feel when an adult takes the scissors away. Then the call failed. No ring, no operator, just a flat message. Call failed. Ben frowned and tried again. Same thing. He stepped toward the living room window, arm raised, searching for service. "You have Wi-Fi calling." "Yes. Is your Wi-Fi on?" I looked toward the router box under my bed, and then to the active router on the shelf by the TV. Its lights were blinking, but wrong. The top one steady, the second pulsing, the bottom dark. That bottom light is usually on, I said. Ben tried the call a third time. Failed. My phone still had bars. 2 of them. It could receive texts. It could load the AirTag alert. It could show me a photo of myself asleep. But 911 would not connect. Try yours, I said. Ben pulled out his phone. No service. He went to the front window, lifted the sash 2 inches, and leaned toward the rain. Cold, damp air slid into the apartment, carrying exhaust, wet asphalt, and the yeasty smell from the brewery. A cyclist shouted at someone below. A bus sighed at the curb. Still nothing, he said. Your carrier always sucks in here. Not like this. That was our first attempt. Call for help from inside the apartment. It failed, but it told us something. Whoever had done this hadn't just planted a tracker and maybe a camera. They had thought about communication. Maybe not with some cinematic jammer. I knew enough not to leap there. But maybe the building's terrible reception, my spotty Wi-Fi, and one unplugged cable had done the job well enough. A procedural failure. A fragile system failing at the exact moment we needed it. Ben crossed to the router and crouched. Cable's loose, he said. I didn't touch it. He pushed it back in. The bottom light blinked once, twice, then stayed dark. Could be the outage, he said. There's no outage. You don't know that. I gave him a look. He didn't fight me this time. We needed another way out. Stairwell, he said. We go down, call from the street, wait outside. And the other device, leave it. Evidence. We tell them everything. I looked toward the bedroom. The AirTag was still under the mattress, hidden but no longer secret. The photo on my phone felt hot in my hand. What if someone is in the building? I asked. Then we definitely don't stay in the apartment. He was right again. I was starting to hate every correct thing he said. We decided quickly, badly. Ben grabbed his satchel. I grabbed my keys, wallet, and phone charger because panic makes you practical in stupid ways. He told me not to touch the AirTag. I told him I wasn't an idiot. Then I went back and took a picture of it anyway, careful not to disturb the tape. The hallway outside my apartment was narrow, carpeted in old brown runner that had absorbed decades of rainwater and cooking. My door opened near the top of the 4th floor landing. To the left, a short stretch of hall ended at Mr. Keen's apartment. To the right, the stairs descended in a tight rectangular shaft, 1 flight at a time, past the 3rd floor landing, 2nd, 1st, then the lobby and front door. Ben stepped out first. I locked my door behind us with shaking hands. Deadbolt, knob, chain impossible from outside, so not that. Security bar left inside, useless now. The hallway smelled of dust and boiled cabbage. We moved toward the stairs. That was when something slammed below us. A heavy metal bang from the lower floors. Ben froze with one hand on the railing. I nearly walked into his back. What was that? I whispered. Another bang, then a scraping sound, then a man's voice, muffled and low, rising through the stairwell. I grabbed Ben's sleeve. He put one finger to his lips. The voice came again, closer or maybe just clearer. Hold it there. My chest tightened so hard I couldn't get a full breath. Someone was below us in the stairwell. Another scrape. Metal on metal. For half a second, my brain filled in every terrible shape. The person from the photo coming up the stairs, blue gloves on the railing, face hidden, blocking the only way out. Then a second voice answered in Spanish. Ya, despacio. Ben exhaled. Louis. We crept down one flight, and the terror rearranged itself into humiliation so fast I almost laughed and almost cried. On the second floor landing, Louis and another man were maneuvering a long metal panel through the stairwell, both of them wet from the rain, both wearing work gloves. The panel had banged against the railing. Louis looked up. He was in his late 40s, male, compact and strong, with a Yankees cap pulled low and a gray hoodie spotted with rain. The other man, male, maybe 30, had a contractor's tool belt and a bored expression. You okay? Louis called. Ben answered before I could. We need to get outside. Is the front door open? Louis frowned. Yeah, why? My voice came out too thin. Did anyone come into my apartment last night? The contractor looked at Louis. Louis looked at me. What? Last night, around 3. Did you let anyone in? Maintenance, emergency, anyone? No, his frown deepened. I told you, no work overnight. Do you have cameras in the lobby? Ben asked. Building camera by mailboxes, yes. Why? I held up my phone, then lowered it because I didn't want the contractor seeing the photo of me asleep. Someone was in my apartment. The hallway seemed to shrink. Louis told the contractor, take this down. I'll come. The contractor muttered something and kept wrestling the panel toward the first floor. That was the misdirection, though I didn't understand it yet. The terrifying banging in the stairwell was just boiler work. A real sound, bad timing, ordinary men with wet gloves, and a sheet of metal. But it still cost us. Because while Louis stared at my phone in the second floor hallway and Ben explained too fast, another text came in. Too slow. Then, bathroom. Now, attached was a live-looking image. My bathroom sink. My own blue toothbrush in the chipped cup. And beneath the sink, where the old porcelain pipe curved into the wall, a small black rectangle stuck to the underside with putty. A camera, or something that looked like one. Louis crossed himself under his breath. Ben said, we're leaving. But I knew with sick clarity that if we left now, whoever was watching could keep sending pictures, keep proving access, keep reaching into the apartment after I abandoned it. My whole life was upstairs. My laptop, my IDs, my work logins, my medication, every stupid private thing. And beneath that, the flaw again. I needed to see it. I needed to know the shape of the danger before I handed it to strangers. We get it, I said. No, Ben and Louis said together. I looked at Louis. Do you have a screwdriver? Gloves. Louis's face went flat. You don't touch, police touch. We can't call from inside. My Wi-Fi is down and calls fail. Lobby has landline in boiler room, he said. We call from there. That should have decided it. But then my phone buzzed again. If police come before you remove it, the video goes out. Below it, Tessa Ellis, Providence ER, Ben's school, your mother's address. My stomach dropped through the floor. Ben read it over my shoulder. His expression changed in a way I had never seen before. Not fear, not exactly. A kind of hardening. They're bluffing, he said. Are they? They got names. That doesn't mean they can do anything. They know Tessa. From your phone, contacts, social media. Old messages. Mara, this is pressure. That's all it is. That's enough, Lewis said. We go boiler room. Call police. Now. The second attempt became a compromise, which is often how bad decisions disguise themselves. We would go back upstairs with Lewis. He would keep the apartment door open. Ben would stand in the kitchen doorway with his phone recording video. I would not touch anything unless necessary. Lewis would look under the sink using gloves and a screwdriver. Remove the device only if it was obviously loose. And then we would take it downstairs to the boiler room landline and call police from there. It sounded practical. It sounded controlled. It was neither. Back on the 4th floor, my apartment looked violated in daylight. Not messy, not ransacked. Worse, intact. The untouched bowl in the sink, the folded dish towel, my laptop sleeping on the table. Everything exactly mine, except now I knew another person had moved through it. Lewis put on fresh blue work gloves from his back pocket. Seeing that color made my throat tighten. Different gloves, he said, noticing my face. I use these for work. I nodded, embarrassed by the way my skin had gone prickly. Ben started recording on his phone. We entered the bathroom one at a time because it was too small for 3 people. Lewis knelt in front of the sink. I stood in the kitchen, shoulder pressed to the doorframe. Ben stood behind me, phone lifted over my shoulder, close enough that I could hear him breathing. The bathroom smelled like damp towels and bleach tabs from the toilet tank. The light above the mirror hummed faintly. Rain ticked through the vent shaft. Lewis angled his flashlight under the sink. There, he said. The black rectangle was smaller than it looked in the photo, about the size of 2 postage stamps stacked, with a pinhole lens and a tiny smear of gray putty. Ben whispered, Jesus. Lewis reached carefully. The moment his gloved fingers touched the putty, my phone rang. Not buzzed, rang. The sound exploded in the little kitchen, bright and cheerful, my default ringtone that I had always meant to change. Unknown number. Nobody moved. It rang again. Ben said, "Don't answer." I answered. I don't know why. That is the honest answer. Maybe because the threat had narrowed to a point, and I wanted to hear a human being on the other end. Maybe because I thought if they spoke, they would become less powerful. Maybe because my worst choices often look, in the moment, like taking control. I put it on speaker. For a second, there was only static and a hollow room tone. Then a voice said, very softly, Mara. Ben grabbed the phone from my hand and ended the call. But not before I heard enough to know it matched the memo. Same dry mouth, same closeness, same almost gentle shape around my name. Lewis pulled the device free under the sink. A tiny red light blinked once, then went dark. At the same instant, the bathroom light went out. Then the kitchen. Then the living room. The apartment dropped into dim gray rainlight. For 1 second, no one spoke. Then Mr. Keene started pounding on his floor upstairs, though he lived beside me, not above me. And that made no sense until I realized the pounding was not from upstairs at all. It was my front door. Someone knocking, hard, 3 blows, then 3 more. Ben whispered, back bedroom. Lewis shook his head. Fire escape, window sticks, I said. The knocking came again. A voice from the hallway called, Mara, police. The relief hit so violently I nearly moved toward it. Ben caught the back of my shirt. "Wait," the voice called again. "NYPD, open the door." Louis looked at me. "You called?" "No, Ben, no." The three of us stood in the dark kitchen, the stolen device in Louis's gloved hand, while rain scratched softly at the windows. "NYPD," the voice repeated. It sounded official enough, annoyed enough. Male, adult, local. But there were no radio chirps, no second officer, no knock pattern on the other apartment doors, just my door. Ben pointed silently toward the peephole from where we stood, then shook his head. He didn't want me near it. The voice outside lowered. "Mara Ellis, we need to verify your safety." Louis mouthed, "Don't." My phone screen lit again in my hand. Another text. "Good. Now you know they can sound like anyone." Then every light in the apartment snapped back on. The bathroom fan started spinning with a dry, rattling buzz. Louis flinched and dropped the black device into the sink. It struck porcelain with a brittle crack. The knocking stopped. Ben moved first, crossing to the front door in a low, careful crouch. He looked through the peephole, his face drained. "What?" I whispered. He backed away. The hallway outside was empty. Then his phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number, a video file. He looked at me like he didn't want to open it, and knew he had to. The video showed us from inside the living room 10 seconds earlier, standing in the kitchen in the dim outage light. Me by the bathroom door. Louis holding the device. Ben turning toward the front. The camera angle was low, from my bookshelf by the TV. In the video, while all three of us stared toward the hallway, my apartment door unlocked itself. Not opened, unlocked. The deadbolt turned slowly from the inside. Ben looked at the real door. So did I. The deadbolt was now horizontal. Open. The point of no return was not dramatic. It was a tiny brass line turned the wrong way. Then the knob began to move. The knob turned slowly enough that I had time to notice the scratch around the lock plate. That is what panic does. It does not always make the world blur. Sometimes it sharpens one useless detail until it becomes the only thing you can see. A crescent of raw brass, paint shaved from the doorframe, the deadbolt sitting horizontal when it should have been vertical. Open. Ben crossed the living room in 2 steps and threw his shoulder against the door. The knob jerked from the other side. Someone pushed back. Not hard at first. Testing. Ben planted his feet, both hands flat against the peeling wood. "Mara, the bar," I stared. "The security bar," he snapped. That broke me loose. I ran to the corner by the coat hooks where the security bar leaned uselessly, the one I had left inside because I could not lock it from the hallway. My hands slipped on the rubber grip. I got it under the knob while Ben kept his shoulder against the door. Another push came, harder. The door bowed inward a fraction. Wood creaked. The chain lock, still unlatched from when we had gone into the hall, swung against the door with a thin metallic clink. Louis lunged past me and jammed the chain into place. The person outside hit the door again. The bar's foot skidded on the floorboards. "Hold it," Ben said. "I am," I said, although I wasn't sure who he was talking to. The door shook once, twice, then went still. On the other side, someone breathed, close to the crack. A man's voice said, calm and almost bored, "Mara, open the door." It was the whisper lifted into daylight. Not exactly the same, less distorted, still soft around my name, still intimate, like he had practiced saying it beside my bed. Ben's face changed. He looked at the door as if he could see through it by hate alone. Louis backed away from the chain, one hand lifted, holding the cracked bathroom device like it was a live insect. "We go out back," he said. "The bedroom window sticks," I whispered. "Then we make it not stick." The person outside knocked once. Not a police knock, not a neighbor's knock, one knuckle against wood. "You broke my camera," he said. The room became very quiet around that sentence. The fridge hum, rain on the AC unit, the bathroom fan rattling with its dry, bad bearing, my own breath scraping in and out too fast. Ben looked at me. Bedroom. We moved together, badly at first, bumping into the table, knocking my chair sideways. Louis shoved the cracked camera into his hoodie pocket and grabbed the screwdriver from his tool pouch. Ben kept one hand on my back, not pushing, just making sure I was moving. From the living room, the phone on the floor buzzed. Mine. I had dropped it near the kitchen. A text notification lit the screen. I should not have looked. I looked. "Don't run to the window." The words were clean and black and impossible. Then another message appeared. "It doesn't open." I made a sound I hated. Ben saw the screen and swore under his breath. "He's watching from the shelf," he said. The living room camera, still active, still seeing the front half of the apartment. Louis turned toward the bookshelf by the TV. "Where?" "Low," Ben said, "near the books." The door behind us rattled again. Not a shove this time. Metal at the lock, a tool entering the gap. A thin scrape. Ben grabbed the first heavy thing he could reach, my cast iron skillet from the stove. He handed it to me. "Hold this." "I don't." "Hold it." It was absurdly heavy, greasy on the underside, familiar in my palm from making eggs badly and grilled cheese at midnight. I held it with both hands. Ben took the lamp from the side table and swung it against the bookshelf. The first hit missed the camera and shattered the ceramic base. The sound cracked through the apartment, bright and violent. The second hit knocked 3 books loose. The third hit struck something plastic tucked between the lower shelf and the wall. A tiny black cube fell onto the floor. Louis stomped on it. Once, twice. Plastic snapped under his boot. The text stopped. For half a second, that felt like winning. Then the door hit inward again. The security bar held, but the chain screws tore half an inch out of the frame. Wood dust jumped into the air. "Bedroom," Louis barked. We ran. The back bedroom felt colder than the rest of the apartment. Rainlight lay flat across the bed, across the mattress, where the AirTag still chirped occasionally under the torn seam like a trapped cricket. The window faced the brick courtyard, and the fire escape landing outside, 4 floors above the narrow concrete strip where garbage bins sat behind the building. The window had 2 locks, 1 thumb latch, 1 cheap sliding pin I'd installed after Tessa mailed me a YouTube video titled "Single Women Need to Watch This." Both were still latched. I fumbled them open. Ben shoved the lower sash. It didn't move. He shoved again. Nothing. The swollen frame held tight. Louis pushed him aside and drove the screwdriver into the painted seam. Old white paint flaked under the blade. He leaned his weight into it. From the front of the apartment, the chain gave another protesting scream. A screw pinged onto the floor. I could picture the door opening inch by inch. I could picture the man in the dark jacket stepping in with blue nitrile gloves, not rushing, because he had already been here once and knew the layout. The skillet slipped in my sweaty hands. "Mara," Ben said, "breathe." "I am." "You're not." I forced air in. Dust and damp, my bedroom, my own laundry, the bitter coffee still in the kitchen. Louis grunted and pried again. The sash popped a quarter inch. Cold air slid through. "Again," Ben said. He and Louis pushed together. The window rose in a shriek of swollen wood, loud enough to hurt my teeth. Outside, the fire escape looked slick with rain. Black metal ladder, narrow landing, rust around the bolts. The building across the courtyard stared back with blank windows. Louis climbed out first, moving carefully, one hand gripping the frame. "Come," Ben turned to me. "You next." "No, you." "Mara, you're bigger. If it drops, it's not dropping." "We don't know that." The front door crashed open. Not fully. The bars still blocked it, but open enough. A man's shoulder appeared through the gap. Dark jacket, blue glove. Ben grabbed me under the arm and shoved me toward the window. Out, I climbed. The sill scraped my thigh. The skillet banged against the frame. For one stupid second, I refused to let go of it, as if the pan were the difference between surviving and not. Then my socked foot hit, wet metal outside, slipped, and Louis caught my wrist. Pain snapped up my arm. "Hard," I gasped. "Hold rail," he said. I grabbed the fire escape railing with my free hand. Rust and rain ground into my palm. Ben was halfway through the window when the bedroom door burst inward. The man did not run in like movies teach you. He came fast, but controlled, one arm raised to protect his face, the other holding something black and narrow. A stun gun, I thought. Then it sparked. A sharp blue crack. Ben twisted to pull himself out, but the man lunged and caught the back of his shirt. I swung the skillet through the open window. It hit the man's forearm with a dull, meaty clang. He shouted, not a monster sound, a person sound, angry, hurt. The stun gun clattered onto the bedroom floor. Ben kicked backward, catching the man in the shoulder. The man stumbled into the nightstand. My crooked lamp hit the floor. The shade collapsed. "Go," Ben yelled. He fell through the window more than climbed, landing hard on the fire escape grating. His knee struck metal with a sound that made me flinch. Louis helped drag him upright. The man recovered inside the room. For the first time, I saw his face. White, late 30s maybe. Brown hair cropped close. A trimmed beard, ordinary enough that I hated him more for it. He looked like a man you would stand beside in a bodega line and never remember. His left forearm hung awkwardly from where I had hit it. His right hand grabbed my phone from the bed. My phone, the original recording, the messages, the photo, everything. "No," I said. Ben caught my sleeve. "Leave it." "No." The man looked at me through the window. Then he smiled, small, practical. He held the phone up like a toast and backed toward the bedroom door. That was the moment my private fear turned on itself. All day I had been afraid of looking foolish, of asking too soon, of not having enough proof. Now the proof was in his hand, and he was going to walk out with it, because I had hesitated at every step, trying to make the danger respectable before I named it. I did not think. I climbed back through the window. Ben screamed my name behind me. The man turned, surprised. That surprise saved me. I hit him low with my shoulder, more stumble than tackle. My socks slid on the floor. We both went into the side of the bed. My shins struck the bed frame hard enough that a white flash opened behind my eyes. He grabbed my hair. Pain tore across my scalp. I swung the skillet again, but too close, too cramped. It hit his ribs with a weak thud. He punched me in the side of the head. The room tipped. Sound went cottony. Radiator tick. Rain. Ben shouting. Louis shouting in Spanish. The man leaned over me, breathing hard. Up close, he smelled like wet nylon, nicotine gum, and some chemical sweetness, maybe hand sanitizer. His blue glove pressed against my mouth. "Stop making this hard," he whispered. The exact words did something to me. Not because they were clever, because they were not. Because he sounded annoyed, like I was poor customer service. Like I had inconvenienced him by waking up in my own life. I bit him hard through the glove. He yelled and yanked back. The phone slipped from his hand onto the bed. I grabbed it, rolled, and shoved it under my own body. He kicked my ribs. Air left me in one ugly grunt. Then Ben came through the window. He did not land cleanly. His injured knee buckled, and he crashed into the dresser, but momentum carried him forward. He hit the man from the side. Both of them slammed against the closet door, which folded inward off its track. Louis followed with the screwdriver in one hand and the broken camera device in the other, though he didn't use either at first. He grabbed the man's jacket from behind and hauled him backward. The man twisted, fast and practiced, and drove an elbow into Louis's face. Louis staggered. Blood spilled from his nose onto his upper lip. The man bolted for the bedroom door. He almost made it. Then the AirTag chirped under the mattress. 3 bright notes. He looked down involuntarily. Just a flicker of attention. Ben swept his injured leg sideways into the man's knees. The man fell. His head struck the floorboards with a flat crack that made everyone freeze for half a heartbeat. He groaned and rolled, so he was not dead. Not unconscious either, just stunned and angrier. I scrambled backward against the wall, clutching my phone. My ribs burned, my scalp throbbed. One ear rang. Louis threw himself across the man's shoulders. "Belt," he shouted. "What belt?" Ben ripped his own belt free with shaking hands. The man bucked under Louis, twisting like an animal caught in wire. He got one hand loose and clawed at Louis's face. Louis swore and pinned his wrist with both hands. I crawled to the nightstand. The stun gun lay on the floor near the lampshade. I picked it up. It felt cheap, plastic, real enough. The man saw it and stopped moving for 1 second. "Don't," he said. His voice had changed. No whisper now, no control, just panic and fury. I held it with both hands, thumb near the button, not sure what range it had, not sure if it would even work, terrified of using it, and terrified of not using it. Ben looped the belt around the man's wrists. The man jerked and nearly broke free. I pressed the stun gun against the floor beside his face and fired. Blue sparks cracked against wood, not touching him, close enough. He went still. "Hands," Ben said through his teeth. "Give me your hands." Lewis forced the man's wrists back. Ben tightened the belt until the leather creaked. It was not professional. It was ugly and clumsy, and probably not secure enough. But it held. For 10 seconds, nobody moved. Then the apartment made its normal sounds again. The radiator ticked. Rain hit the AC. The bathroom fan rattled in the other room. Ben sat on the floor, breathing through clenched teeth, one hand pressed to his knee. Lewis held a bloody towel to his nose. I stayed against the wall with the stun gun in my lap, and my phone hugged to my chest like it was alive. The man on the floor turned his head and looked at me. I expected him to say my name again. He didn't. He said, "You should have deleted it." That was the first real answer he gave us. Not enough, but real. Ben's phone had service by the window. Maybe the living room camera had been interfering with nothing. Maybe the apartment's dead zone was just a dead zone. Maybe smashing the device did something. Maybe stepping onto the fire escape brought him close enough to a signal. Whatever the reason, Ben called 911 from the bedroom floor, his voice shaking so badly he had to repeat the address twice. "There is an intruder restrained in the apartment," he said. "He broke in. He had surveillance devices. He assaulted us." The dispatcher asked questions. Ben answered. Lewis kept saying, "Don't move," to the man, even though he was the one bleeding. I unlocked my phone with trembling hands and opened voice memos. The file was still there. May 10, 3:04 a.m. 3 hours, 17 minutes, 42 seconds. I opened the anonymous texts. Still there. Photo, threats, video, all of it. Then, because some part of me had become very calm and very cold in the practical way of people who are done being polite to danger, I started a new recording. I set the phone on the floor near the man's face. "Say your name," I told him. He looked at me with pure hatred. Behind him, Ben said softly, "Mara," not warning, not disapproval, just my name in his voice. Human, shaken, the man said nothing. So I recorded his breathing instead. The police took 9 minutes. 9 minutes is a long time when a restrained man is on your bedroom floor, and everyone is injured enough to be afraid of what adrenaline is hiding. My ribs screamed when I shifted. My shin had already swollen into a hot ridge. Ben's knee puffed under his trousers. Lewis's nose kept bleeding through paper towels until he pinched it and tilted forward, muttering that people always tilted wrong on TV. At one point, the man laughed. Once, a short, dry sound. None of us answered. When the officers finally came up the stairs, they did not kick in the door. They announced themselves from the hallway loudly, with names and badge numbers. Lewis, still holding his nose, shouted that the intruder was restrained in the bedroom and the door was open. They entered with hands on their weapons. 2 officers first, then 2 more behind them. Real radios, real boots, real irritation at a scene that did not fit neatly into any category. The man on the floor said, "They attacked me." I laughed then. Not because it was funny, because my body had no other valve. One officer told me to step back from the stun gun. Another cuffed the man properly. A third took my phone in gloved hands only after I showed her the recording and the texts. And when she saw the photo of me asleep, her face changed in the same way Ben's had. No longer skeptical, No longer procedural, personal. "What's his name?" I asked. The officer didn't answer right away. They found his wallet in his back pocket. His name was Daniel Voss, 38, male, address in Queens. No ghost, no demon, no impossible thing. A man with lock picks in a nylon pouch, a cloned building key fob, 2 more tiny cameras in his jacket, a roll of gray duct tape, blue nitrile gloves. My spare key was not in his pocket, and for one terrible minute, I looked at Ben before hating myself for it. Later, an officer found the spare key on the floor near the living room door. Dropped during the struggle, probably, or planted, or stolen from somewhere else. That part did not resolve cleanly in the room. The police searched the apartment while EMTs checked us in my kitchen. They found the second live camera in the bookshelf wreckage. They found the bathroom device cracked in the sink. They found the AirTag under the mattress. They found fresh tool marks around my front door lock and older marks on the strike plate that none of us could explain yet. And in the vent above the bathroom toilet, behind the dusty grate, they found a fiber optic inspection camera threaded from the service shaft. That was the little mechanical click. Not supernatural. Worse, somehow. Installed through the guts of the building, watching my sink, my shower curtain, the narrow slice of hallway outside my bedroom. I sat on a kitchen chair with an ice pack against my ribs and watched an EMT shine a penlight into Ben's eyes. Lewis had dried blood on his chin. My apartment smelled like rain, sweat, dust, and the rubbery stink of the stun gun where it had sparked against the floorboards. Daniel Voss was led past me in handcuffs. He did not look at Ben. He did not look at Lewis. He looked at my phone, sealed now in an evidence bag, then at me. His mouth moved. No sound came out at first, but I knew the shape. Mara. One officer pushed him forward. The conflict ended there in the practical sense. The man was caught. The cameras were found. The police were in my apartment, filling it with radios and latex gloves and forms on clipboards. But when they took him down the stairs, the building door did its usual 3-part complaint. Buzz, scrape, bang, and every person in my kitchen stopped talking for half a second. Not because it meant anything, because now it always would. I did not go to the hospital in an ambulance. That sounds like bravery if you say it fast. It was. It was stubbornness, wearing a dirty t-shirt. The EMT kept telling me my ribs might be cracked, and I kept saying I could breathe, which was apparently not the same as being fine. Ben sat on the floor beside my kitchen cabinets with an ice pack wrapped around his knee and gave me the look he used to give students who tried to argue that Wikipedia counted as a primary source. "Mara," he said, "you got kicked in the ribs. I know, I was there, and punched, grazed. You don't know that, I'm conscious. That is a very low bar." The EMT, a woman named Denise Morneau, 39, female, had kind eyes and a tired voice that suggested she had heard every bad excuse ever invented. She asked me to follow her finger with my eyes, checked the side of my head where Daniel Voss had hit me, and gently parted my hair where he'd pulled it hard enough to leave my scalp burning. "You're going to have bruising," she said. "Maybe a mild concussion. Hospital is the smart move. Can I go after I give my statement? You can give a statement later. A police officer at the kitchen table looked up from his notes. He was Officer Graham O'Neill, 42, male, broad-shouldered and rain-damp, with a patient expression that never quite hid the fact that he wanted everything in order. He had already asked me the same 6 questions in 3 different ways, not cruelly, but carefully. When did I first notice the recording? Who had keys? Did Daniel Voss know me? Had I ever seen him in the building? Was anything missing? Everything was missing, I wanted to tell him. The apartment was full of people, and still, I had never felt more exposed. 2 crime scene techs moved through the rooms with gloved hands and paper evidence bags. They photographed the underside of my mattress, the torn seam, the air tag taped there like a neat little insult. They dusted the front door and lock plate. They removed the bookshelf camera in pieces from where Lewis had stomped it flat. They took the fiber optic line from the bathroom vent slowly, feeding it out inch by inch while I stood in the kitchen and listened to it scrape through the wall. That sound was worse than the whisper. The whisper had felt impossible. The scrape felt engineered. A person had planned around my walls. Lewis sat on a chair by the front door with cotton stuffed under one nostril. His nose was swollen and red across the bridge, and he kept apologizing to every officer who asked him to repeat himself, as if bleeding in my apartment were poor manners. When Denise told him he might need an X-ray, he waved her off. "My wife will make me go," he said. "Good," Denise said. "Your wife sounds sensible. She is very scary. Then listen to her." Ben smiled faintly at that, then winced when he tried to shift his leg. The ordinary shapes of people returned slowly. Sarcasm, impatience, professionalism, the ugly tenderness of someone handing you a paper towel before you know you need one. But none of it restored the room. My kitchen light hummed overhead. Rain tapped the window. A detective arrived and introduced herself. Detective Alana Price, 45, female, had close-cropped gray hair, a navy coat darkened at the shoulders, and a voice that made people answer before they had time to decide whether they wanted to. She did not say, "You're safe now." I appreciated that more than anything. She asked to see the original voice memo. I handed over my phone in its evidence bag and felt my fingers resist before I let go. "We'll image it," she said. "You'll get it back. I need the recording. We'll preserve it. I need a copy." Her face softened by a degree. "You'll get a copy." I nodded like that was enough. It was. They took Daniel's devices too. The cameras, his phone, a tiny transmitter from his jacket lining, lock picks, the cloned building fob, the roll of duct tape, the gloves, the stun gun. They found a small pry tool behind the radiator near my front door, which explained the metallic scrape on the recording, though not how long it had been hidden there. He had likely placed it during an earlier entry, Detective Price said. Likely. That word had teeth. The spare key was the thing I kept asking about. It had been on the floor near the living room door after the fight, not in Ben's hand, not in mine. Ben insisted he had given it to me when he arrived. I knew he had. I remembered the brass key between his fingers, the small shame of taking it too fast. But sometime between the kitchen table and the bedroom, It had vanished from my awareness. Could he have picked it up? I asked. Detective Price wrote something down. During the struggle, possibly. Why would he? To use it later. To make entry look legitimate. To confuse the chain of custody. Or because opportunity presented itself. Ben stared at the floor. It wasn't me, he said quietly. The room went still around the statement. I looked at him. His face was pale with pain, his tie gone, one sleeve torn at the cuff. Rainwater had dried in his hair. There was dust on one cheek from climbing through the window. I know, I said. He nodded once, but it did not fix the hurt that had already passed through the room. Trust is not always broken by accusation. Sometimes it's bruised by the fact that the question appeared at all. By 10 p.m., they let us leave. Not because the apartment was clean. It was. Not because the case was simple. It was. Because the immediate search was done, the evidence bagged, and Detective Price told me there was no reason for me to sleep there. As if I needed telling. Tessa drove down from Providence anyway, furious and terrified, and running on gas station coffee. She arrived a little after midnight, hair shoved into a crooked bun, hospital fleece under her coat, eyes shiny but dry because she had trained herself to function before reacting. Tessa Ellis, 28, female, came into the precinct lobby like she was ready to fight the furniture. When she saw me, she stopped. Then she hugged me too carefully because Denise had told her about the ribs. "You absolute idiot," she whispered into my hair. "I love you too. You should have called me. I tried to call 911. You should have called me before the cameras and the duct tape and the man with the stun gun. That does sound earlier." She pulled back and looked at my face. Her lower lip trembled once, and she bit it still. "Don't joke yet." So I didn't. For once, I let someone else take over. Tessa took me to urgent care because the ER she worked in had taught her exactly how long a person could wait without dying, and exactly when waiting was foolish. Ben came too, despite saying he could go home, because his knee had swollen to the size of a grapefruit, and Tessa pointed at him with one finger and said, "Car. Now." Lewis's wife picked him up outside the building. I saw her from the backseat of Tessa's car, short, dark-haired, wrapped in a purple raincoat, touching his face with both hands before scolding him so sharply the officer nearby pretended not to hear. At urgent care, the fluorescent lights made everything feel both unreal and embarrassingly practical. Forms, insurance cards, a plastic chair with a crack down one arm, a child coughing wetly into his sleeve, a TV mounted in the corner playing a muted home renovation show where smiling people knocked down walls on purpose. My ribs were not broken, only badly bruised. The doctor said only in the way doctors do when they mean you are lucky and still going to suffer. I had a mild concussion, a bruised shin, a scalp contusion, and bite marks on my own tongue from when I hit the floor. Ben had a sprained knee and a deep bruise along his thigh. Lewis, we later learned, had a nasal fracture and refused pain medication until his wife threatened to call his sister. Nobody died. That became the sentence people offered like a blanket. Nobody died. It was true. It was not enough. I slept at Tessa's hotel that night with the lights on. Not bright, just the bathroom light and the lamp near the desk. Tessa slept in the other bed facing me, her phone in her hand, one foot sticking out from under the blanket, because she claimed nurses could not sleep unless some part of them was prepared to run. I did not sleep much. Every time the mini fridge clicked, my eyes opened. Every time someone walked past in the hallway, I counted the steps until they faded. At 4:13 a.m., a man laughed outside near the elevators, and I sat straight up so fast my ribs punished me with white heat. Tessa woke instantly. "What? Nothing." She stared at me across the dark room. "Don't do that. I'm sorry. Don't apologize either. Just tell me." A laugh. She listened. There was nothing now except hotel air conditioning and distant traffic. "Okay," she said. I heard the end of it. She had not. She said it anyway. That helped. The legal part began the next morning and continued like a second weather system over everything. Detective Price called with careful updates. Daniel Voss was charged with burglary, unlawful surveillance, stalking, assault, possession of burglary tools, and a handful of other things I wrote down and then couldn't stand to look at. The prosecutors would reach out. I would need to give a fuller statement. My phone would be returned after imaging. The building management would be contacted about the cloned fob and service shaft access. "How did he pick me?" I asked. Detective Price paused. "We're still working on that. But he didn't know me, not personally, as far as we can tell." As far as we can tell. There it was again. Later, she told me they had found notes on his phone. Not a manifesto, not some grand explanation. Screenshots of women entering buildings, door codes, delivery schedules, social media profiles, a spreadsheet with names, addresses, and access notes, which made me laugh so hard I had to hold my ribs. A spreadsheet. Of course. He had noticed me months earlier outside a bodega, maybe because I had dropped my keys and cursed loud enough to make a man behind me smile. Maybe because I wore headphones and walked home the same way. Maybe because my building's front door stuck unless you pulled it hard after buzzing in. Maybe because I lived alone and posted a picture of my desk once, not realizing the window view behind it was enough to narrow down the block. No reason would have satisfied me. Randomness is not comforting just because it isn't personal. The building changed after that. Management installed new lobby cameras, real ones that actually recorded. They replaced the front door system and made everyone turn in old fobs. Lewis oversaw the contractor work with cotton still taped across his nose, and a mood so black that even Mr. Keene stopped complaining about the drilling. Mr. Keene, 71, male, my neighbor down the hall, knocked on Tessa's hotel room door 2 days later with a grocery bag full of oranges, soup, and a handwritten note that said, in slanted capitals, I should have asked about the NOISES. He had heard something outside my door twice in the previous month, he admitted. Late, quiet. He thought it was me, or Ben, or delivery, or his own TV. People in old buildings learn not to investigate every sound. That is how you stay sane, or how you miss things. I didn't blame him. I blamed him for about 20 minutes privately, while smiling and thanking him for soup. Then I blamed myself again because guilt is greedy and will eat from any plate you set down. Ben stayed close but careful. He texted before calling. He asked before visiting. He did not make the mistake of acting like the fight had repaired us into a couple. Trauma can make intimacy feel obvious and false at the same time, and he seemed to understand that better than I did. One afternoon, while Tessa was downstairs getting coffee, Ben came by the hotel to drop off my laptop and some clothes Detective Price had cleared from the apartment. He stood just inside the door with a brace around his knee and a paper bag of clean laundry under one arm. "I washed what I could," he said. "You did my laundry. You had wet clothes in a plastic bag. It felt urgent in a gross way." I laughed, then winced. "Thank you." He set the bag on the chair. For a moment, neither of us moved. "I'm sorry," I said. "For what?" "For looking at you when they asked about the key." He nodded slowly. "I understood why," he said. "That doesn't make it okay." "No," he looked at the carpet. "But I understood. I wanted to say something clean and final, something that proved I had learned the correct lesson. Instead, I said, I don't know how to trust my apartment anymore." He looked up. "You don't have to right away." "I hate that answer." "I know. It's probably the right one." "I know that too." A small smile moved across his face and disappeared. I did not move back into the apartment. Not immediately. Tessa stayed 3 nights, then had to return to work. I spent 2 more nights with Ben in his guest room, which was not simple and not romantic. Just 2 people moving carefully around history and fresh bruises. He slept on the couch the first night until I yelled from the guest room that the couch was stupid and he had a bed. He yelled back that boundaries were also a thing. We settled on him sleeping in his room with both doors open and every light in the hallway on. After a week, I went back to my place during daylight with Detective Price's permission and Tessa on video call. The apartment smelled different. Not bad, just stripped, dust disturbed in the vents. Cleaners had wiped fingerprint powder from the doorframe, but left faint gray ghosts in the corners. The bookshelf had a gap where the camera had been. The bathroom vent cover was new, bright white, too clean for the wall around it. The bedroom window open now, because Lewis had sanded the swollen frame and fixed the latch without asking. My bed was gone. I had paid 2 movers extra to haul the mattress away, even though part of me knew that was symbolic, and symbols are sometimes expensive ways to admit you are not fine. The floor underneath was pale where the bed had blocked the sun. I stood in that rectangle of cleaner wood and listened. Radiator, distant traffic, a pigeon on the fire escape. The normal apartment noises arrived one by one, holding up their hands like suspects. Tessa's face filled my phone screen. "You okay?" "No." "Good answer." "I need to get my work headphones." "Get them." I went to the desk. My headphones were still there, coiled beside the keyboard. Closed captions waited in my work queue. People talking in kitchens, courtrooms, forests, confessionals. Words that needed matching to sound. My useless superpower, still useless, still mine. Detective Price returned my phone 2 days later. The evidence copy was secured. The original files were intact. The voice memo sat in the app exactly where it had before. May 10, 3:04 a.m. 3 hours 17 minutes, 42 seconds. I told myself I would never play it again. Then, that night at Ben's place, after he went to sleep and the apartment settled into its own unfamiliar pattern, I opened the file. I did not listen to the whisper. I skipped to the end. Pressure on floorboards, metallic scrape. My sleep-thick voice saying stop. Bang, fabric breathing the building door. Then the last 47 seconds. I had heard them before, but not carefully. Not through good headphones. Not with the volume raised and one hand braced against my ribs. There was the downstairs door. Buzz, scrape, bang. Then my breathing. Then another sound, faint enough that I had missed it every time. A second voice. Not Daniel's, not mine. A whisper far from the phone, filtered through wall or hallway or vent, only 3 words long. Not this one. I stopped the recording. For a long time, I sat on the guest bed with the headphones in my lap. There were explanations. There are always explanations if you are willing to grind yourself down looking for them. Audio bleed. A neighbor's television. Daniel speaking differently. The recording warping sound around corners. My own brain turning noise into language, because trauma is a cruel editor. I did not call Detective Price that night. I did not wake Ben. That was not wisdom. It was exhaustion. The next morning, I sent the timestamp to the detective in an email with no extra drama. Just the file reference and the words, "There may be another voice near the end." She replied 3 hours later, "We'll review. Don't listen to it again for now." I obeyed, mostly. Life became almost ordinary in pieces. I bought a new phone case, changed every password, deleted half my social media, put tape over my laptop camera, even though Ben gently pointed out that tape would not fix trust. I bought a door wedge for every room like an insane person with disposable income. I started therapy after Tessa found 3 names and texted them without commentary. I returned to work part-time, then full-time, listening to other people's audio through headphones, while my own nights sat in a case file somewhere downtown. Lewis fixed the building entrance, so it closed cleanly now. No buzz, scrape, bang, just a soft mechanical click. Everyone loved it. I hated it, because sometimes, coming home with groceries, I would pause in the lobby and miss the old broken sound. At least the broken sound announced itself. At least it told you when someone came in. Quiet things were harder. 3 weeks after Daniel's arrest, I slept in my apartment again. Tessa hated it. Ben did not argue, which told me he hated it too. I left the bedroom empty and slept on the living room couch with the lights off, but the blinds open. My phone charged across the room, face down, not beside my pillow. A new camera, one I had installed myself, pointed at the front door. Legal, obvious, mine. The radiator ticked once near midnight. I opened my eyes, waited. Nothing followed. I let the apartment breathe. Then I closed my eyes again. I did not sleep well, but I slept. In the morning, my phone was still across the room. No voice memo app open. No red waveform. No anonymous texts. The security camera showed only me getting up twice to check the lock, then returning to the couch with the stiff movements of someone twice my age. I made coffee, washed the mug after, opened the window an inch and smelled rain on concrete. almost ordinary, almost. Before logging into work, I checked my email. One new message from Detective Price. Subject: audio review. I stared at it until my coffee went cool. The message was short. They had isolated the final whisper. They could not confirm the speaker. It might be Daniel Voss, distorted by distance and reflection. It might be background audio from another apartment. It did not change the charges at this time. They would keep it noted. At the bottom, she wrote, "Please call if you remember anything else." I read it 3 times. Then I opened my work software and put on my headphones. The first file of the day was a cooking show. A woman laughed over running water. A knife chopped onions against a wooden board. Someone off camera said something the automated captions missed. I rewound, listened, rewound again, typed the words carefully. Outside, the building door closed with its new soft click. I took my hands off the keyboard and waited for the old scrape that never came. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.